Oh. Wait. What? Y'all hear anything? Oh. Okay. It was the music this whole time. Muted? Muted? I do feel like in order to be more smart, I have to turn on my glasses to really get that tarot experience. Muted? Well, don't say it again. Now I feel like I'm actually muted. It's time to duel! Just kidding. Maybe. Okay, I don't know if you guys can hear it, but there is just like kids screaming at the wazoo outside, so I don't think you will, but there might be a chance. I thought about like opening the window so you could hear them screaming their head off, but then I was like, I shouldn't record children, so it's like, that's a bad idea. Let's not do that. That's a really bad idea, Maya. The true spiritual conduit comes out when the glasses come on. I don't know why I thought you were gonna say like when I start transforming or something, like I'm gonna baby, I'm pregnant. It wasn't. Cannot hear it. Can you scream as an example? As good as I can. God damn it. Oh no. Sorry, I keep looking over because there's my chat got all blown up on my screen. trying to adjust it because the webcam is in the way. Okay. We should be good now. Let's go over here. I found that I think the best thing for me as a streamer who is trying to limit my stream time is to simply go onto the screen that I'm supposed to be on. And then eventually I do my stuff faster. Yeah. I would say that, but I was planning on keeping your secret. Oh, fuck. I was watching something recently. Oh. Never mind. Well, I was gonna say I was watching something recently where someone actually did a maybe I'm pregnant, but then I remember what it was, so now I can't say. I'm not at liberty to say. If you know, you know, but I'm not gonna say it. But baby. Anyway, hi guys. Happy Thursday. One more day of Maia week. Not today, tomorrow. Tomorrow is the last day of Maia week. We had a hump day yesterday, and now we are in reflection. Sorry, I didn't mean to like be so aggressive with it. It just the good old Bessie, you know what I mean? Yeah, happy Thursday. I'm keeping my nails long because I want to do my nails. And I think by having more surface area, I'll have better opportunity trying to stick that shit on my nails. So you unfortunately will see my unkempt nails for now, but that's okay. Are you gonna slay? I think I will slay the house, actually. I think I am going to, yes. Hello, hi Yankovic, hello Rifle, nice to see you again. Vortaxi, hello. Yes, the Maia factory. Low-key, I know it seems like one of the, like, you know, Charlie in the Chocolate Factory where his grandpa was working at the toothpaste thing. And he was like, I hate my life. I feel like I would actually like it. Just being on the belt. Just putting something on something else and being like, yep, that's my job. I think I'd be good at it for like a week and then I'd leave. Me saying I love it, but then I say that I'm gonna leave within less than 2 weeks so I don't even get my fucking paycheck. I wouldn't even get the full one. I backtracked once I realized that I can't draw on my job. Hello, Sonzai. Judy, hello as well. And Sugi-chan, welcome. Chris, hello. Xanthid, hello. Xanthid's really enjoying the 2-in-1 experience today. If you guys don't know, Tofi's also doing something kind of similar. Because we both did something on July 1st. I wonder what that was. And now we're doing... Well, I'm doing tarot. Tofi's doing like a reflection, really pretty reflection thing. I thought it'd be... we could do that too, I guess. That's kind of her thing. I mean, it could be everyone's thing. I think everyone should do some reflection. But I haven't really... I haven't really locked in yet. I'm still hiding my face behind this card. Reflections and intentions for the month. She likes to do it at the first of every month, and I think it's always really nice to do. I feel like it's not like copying, right? Like I don't want to copy Tofi. I mean, she's literally doing it right now, so we can do our own thing, right? And at the same time, we're also doing our own level of reflecting and setting intentions because we are going by my reading. It's a lot to freak in. Oh, yeah. So we tried locking in last month, right? Raise of hand, who tried locking in? Even just a little effort is good. Even just a little bit of effort. I locked in. I did like 3 commissions. 3.5. It's Maya. This is what ichis are for. What are you guys for? Sustenance? What? I'm reflecting hard today. Damn, look at you go. Hi, Sensei! Oh, thank you for the stretch and hydrate. Thank you, Nord. Thank you. I bought one commission. Ooh, for yourself? For for someone else? Or... What? You're saying that the Ichi should be my factory? That's crazy. If you guys want. Me locked in too much. Me. Yeah, for me. Yay! Yeah. We locked in, guys. I'm very proud of us. Even if it only lasted a few hours, that's still really good progress compared to maybe last month where you intentionally did not lock in, right? Or sorry, the previous month of before June. We had to work? Putting in my 2 weeks notice. What? No, come back. Last month's tarot reading, for those who weren't here, we did do... basically what happened is that the universe, spirit told us, it's time to lock the freak in. And we were like, oh damn. They said, I know you've been scrolling. I know you haven't stopped. So it's time to lock the freak in. But intentionally doing so. Instead of being like, oh, I should probably lock in. But now it's like, okay, no. You actually, you wrote it down? You wrote down on a piece of paper that said lock the freak in. That's all it said. And now you actually have to do it. To-do list. Lock the freak in. I didn't know that June had hands. I knew it was gonna be busy. I didn't know it was gonna be like that. So, I see why we had to lock the freak in, or else we would lose our sanity. So that was cool. I'm very curious what July has for us. So if you don't know, I like to do collective tarot readings, which means that if you are here with us, whether you are here live or if you're watching this at a later time, the fact that you were watching it means that it was meant for you and it came to your timeline or your For You page or something because you were meant to see it. Even if you see it in like, I don't know, October 2028. That means that for some reason the stars are aligning for us to meet. Hello from the future. So that's what that is. If you don't know anything about tarot at all, tarot reading is my way, kind of like my instrument, where I use this to connect with the divine or spirit or the universe or God or whatever, this higher being floating over us. I almost feel like it's like a blanket above a rock. Rock being the earth lowercase, earth uppercase. Hi Resolve. Hello. Mocha, hello. So yeah, the divine tells me like, hey, lock the freak in. Oh. That's weird. Sorry, that's crazy. I was just talking about the divine being like, you know, kind of guiding us and stuff. Like guiding my cards to guide me, and then I flip it over and it's the Hierophant, which is like, this represents like a teacher. Lamau. I'm just gonna go put that back. Yes, divine, you are teaching us. Thank you very much. Anyway, I'm gonna start shuffling. Hi, Mocha! Hello, hello. I hope you're doing well. I'm just gonna put that in. So yeah, specifically today we are focusing on the month of June. So we are... Hi, Umi! Hello, hello! I saw that card before we started because I was shuffling. And... Oh. Well, I shuffled it and now I lost it. But basically one of the cards... Well, I didn't lose it. I don't know where I put it. I like put everything back. And so I guess the Hierophant was just on top, but... I remember shuffling. But anyway, one of the cards is the one that I have in my hand now, which is the Ace of Cups, because I asked the Divine last night, I was like, hello, what cards do you think represent the month of July so I can use them for a thumbnail? And they gave me the Ace of Cups, and then they gave me the King of Swords. And I asked for one more and it was the Moon, but I also got the Hierophant. But I didn't need 3 cards at the time, but then I did, and then I asked for another one. So... You've been thinking about tarot lately? Awesome! I forgot. Do you do tarot as well? It's so nice to see Umi. I love Umi. So yeah, if anyone is curious, since I asked what represents the month of July last night, Ace of Cups, if anyone... Oh, I wish I had the card. Oh, I guess I have it on my hand with me, like wiggling it around on my model. But the Ace of Cups represents beginnings, celebration, spirituality, creative beginnings. It's very emotional because water, cups, water equals like your emotions and everything. So I feel pretty hope-core a little bit about July because they're saying like this is a new beginning, like emotional beginning, almost like I kept saying, oh my god, didn't I say that a few days ago on the 30th of June? I was like, I feel like we need to do a like a nervous reset. What is it? Nervous system reset. And then I got the Ace of Cups, which is like nervous system, emotional, like that also ties into that. And we're doing a reset, new beginnings. Wait a second. I'm cooking. So yeah, that's really interesting that was what the Divine wanted. King of Swords I am really curious about. It's all coming together. So the King of Swords, this is what it looks like. It's a very beautiful card. You can see it on our YouTube thumbnail or on Twitter if you're curious. But yeah, you can see that this one has things to do with leadership, logic, a lot of wisdom. There's also a key one here that says emotionally distant intelligence. So that's interesting. So even though we're talking about like an emotional reset, this also is talking about being rational. Emotionally distant intelligence. To me, that kind of feels like for the betterment, for the sake of you, that you might need to distance yourself from some things that might be sabotaging you. For me, I know exactly what that is. Things about like fair and objective leadership. So that's pretty interesting. So I want to know what that's all about. So I think we can honestly start reading, start talking about it. How are you doing today? I'm doing great. How are you, Metal? I'm excited to do tarot today. I feel my destiny senses tingling. Yeah, good. Hello, Skewer. Okay, let me move a little bit. So, in a good spot. Oh, we don't need this. Put that away. Have these open. You have the same deck as me? Nima, let's go! Yeah, I love this deck. Kyle actually got me the Oracle deck, and I have it in my living room. But So usually what people say when you get a new deck is that you should sage it and kind of like a reset, because you're almost like resetting the energy for it to now be yours, to like fill it with your energy. And but I don't know, for some reason I feel like I need to do more to it, because when I got it I was kind of like whatever about it, which is really weird. Normally whenever I get a deck I'm like, dude, let's freaking go. But I feel like it's not really calling to me, so I'm just gonna kind of wait it out. It also was kind of messed up. I got the cards in the mail and the box was, there's like a gash in it and it's like bent on one of the corners, and then when I open the cards, the very first card is bent on the corner, like the card itself. And you know, normally with these types of cards you don't really want any hint of like, I would say bias, I guess, because then you can identify what that card is, you know, and that is the only card that is bent. And I'm like, what, so I'm supposed to bend all the cards now? So I was thinking to either fix it or maybe I can do an exchange. I do have the return thing for it, so I should be able to. It just took a long time to get here, so I thought that was really weird. Hello, Resolve. Thank you for the 125 stream streak. Oh my goodness. Clappy, clappy. Thank you. I have one deck of cards, but I never use them because I bought it for the art. That's understandable. Maybe one time you can actually shuffle it and see what happens. I was told to knock on it once whenever I use it, but never to knock more than that. Oh, interesting. I never knew that there was like a number that's appropriate, because whenever I see other tarot readers, whenever they knock on their cards, I see at least, or at max, twice. Although I never see anyone do like a, you know, fucking do 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 do. That'd be kind of silly. A little too much. I think there's a name for that. I forgot what it's called though. Maybe the time isn't right yet. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Stop, look, and listen. I feel like it was food related. I don't know why. But yeah, so I forgot if I clarified, but basically we're going to be focusing on the month of July and what is to come, what to expect, or something like, basically something that Spirit really wants us to know for the month of July. Usually it's something to be aware of, something to keep in mind, so that way whenever we're going through the month we can keep it in the back of our minds so we don't go crazy, because for some reason June and July are just absolutely insane months. I don't know why. I mean, I kind of get why. It's just really messed up. The reason I was told that is there's an amount that the knock is to announce. To do more than once could wake something. Oh, interesting. I'll have to look into that. That's freaking awesome. For today, let's try knocking once instead of 1,000 times. I only do it twice. Okay. I'm gonna meditate on the cards and then we can get started, okay? You guys are excited. one. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, well. Hello. I think they said hello first. Spirit, we would like to know any advice or anything to keep in mind for the month of July. This one felt like it was coming out, I'm not gonna lie. Even tried pushing it back in. Oh my goodness. Okay. Epic. Maybe we can do a couple more. Oh. Queen of Coins is nice. We actually had that last... We did have that last time. I need a sensor. Thank you, Medica Gardevoir. Oh, that's so sweet, Nima. It's always nice to learn things from... Oh. Me as a Victorian child. Okay. Well, that was pretty straightforward. No, thank you for the follow. Alrighty, let's put this over here. This one was last, 4th, 3rd. 1, 2, I guess 3 can go here. 4, 5, push this. Okay. I feel kind of bad. Gardevoir's like taking up so much space. Whatever. Not the final 14. No! I can never escape Final Fantasy 14. Hello, Willing. Hello, Fungi. Yes, it's tarot time. Alright. So, this is the card that was at the bottom of the deck. Y'all know what it is. Usually for me, the bottom of the deck kind of represents the overall theme, even though we kind of talked about a couple already. I'm just really curious why it's the 5 of Wands this time. Oh. Where am I? There it is. She can take up all the space she wants. Very true. I'm so sorry for doubting you. 4, 5. I need to itch my nose. Hi, Will. Alrighty. Interesting. This one's talking about, like... Let me look at the cards. Definitely some type of competition. It might be healthy competition for some, but for others, it just might be like a straight up... like, dispute and butting heads. But I feel like it's... whether it is a butting heads in a / negative kind of a way, or like a healthy rivalry kind of a thing, regardless, the outcome is positive. Yeah, these are all the cards. Tracks considering the new Uma Musume update. Yeah, this is for all of the Uma fans out there. Jinpai, hello. Welcome to stream. Hi, Drew. Hey, how's it going? How have you been? Ba-ba-booey. Girl, what did you just say to me? Hi, how are you? Gonna be butting heads when I visit my friend. Yeah, y'all are gonna... This is you guys out there on your vacation. Just stabbing each other with spears. We hit the Olge tier. That's what it feels like. Me butting heads with the scalpers on TCG drops on the freaking 30th anniversary. Ugh. Whatever, 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 whatever. I don't even care about it. I don't even care. TCG, my cards arrived today. Oh, nice. Are you going to open them with your friends on your vacation, or are you just going to open it now? I need a bookmark, so I'm going to use this Frogadier. That's what Pokemon cards are for? One of the tarot people that I watch sometimes, he actually uses Pokemon cards as a tool. It's pretty cool. Can really use anything. Well, I'm curious what this is about, so I'm just gonna keep reading. We're just gonna move over to Five of Swords, actually. So I feel like everything else is gonna explain it further for me. It's interesting that both of these so far have weapons. Can't believe they turned the tarot cards from Persona into a real thing. Yeah, they were that popular. Damn, another call out. Ew. Okay, guys, this is what I'm gathering so far. Also, hello, Rad. So the Five of Swords, you can see with Cyrus, Seth, and Isis, it is a very well, if you know the story, basically it's like a revenge type of a thing. Basically what it says is Five Swords represents cruel defeat through illicit means and the potential for revenge. So there's a lot of, it's giving there's like a desire that you want, so whether that's to lock the freak in, get your shit done, whatever this goal might be for you, you have to ask yourself if you're pursuing them ethically, which I guess is the seeking revenge part, right? Because as you all have seen in any type of theme with a story or any trope relating to revenge will always eat at you, you know, it never ends. Even when you, like in the stories, whenever they kill that person that like killed their dog and they're like, yeah, you've been avenged, like it never ends, because then it almost keeps continuing in a cycle and you always want more, and it's just constant. So it's almost like I'm getting the feeling of, if you have this goal in mind, if you don't have the right intentions or the right vibes that you bring to the table on your journey, the way that you, like, you might not even achieve your goal, or if you do, it's achieved in like a very ill-feeling way. So maybe if you had a project that you're working on and you're thinking like, okay, I'm just gonna sacrifice my health and everything that I stand for in order to make sure that this gets done. The outcome, you do get it done, which you're like yippee for. However, at what cost? Your sanity, your health, you just degrade, right? Actually, one of the key words is degradation right here. So, pretty interesting. Enjoy your Lichtenide! Hello, Toin Toin. And so this card pretty much is almost like a warning for you to be wary of how you approach your goals and how you go about it. Saying, you know, don't sacrifice your health and your well-being just to get this done. It's not worth doing things like that. And I feel like this is really backed by this judgment card here, because it is talking about responsibility, accountability, facing the truth to move forward. That's crazy. And this is the lovely video game or League of Legends champion Wukong. And so the judgment card is really saying, here, let me see if I can. Judgment, I mean, if you think about it in like the religious way, it's like the judgment for whether you go to heaven or hell or whatever. But this is really more like you are preparing for your next step of personal growth, growing in this chapter. I would say I feel like we're on like a midway point right now, or like you're already in the chapter. You're not, at least that's how I feel. July's gonna be legal. No, it's not. Hi Ink, welcome. You just joined us for the beginning of our reading. Yeah, the interlude. Yes. That's a good way to put it. You want to do things like accepting your past, or accepting yourself, releasing the past. During this process too, you reflect a lot on your life and your choices, actions, and experience. So for me, this feels like, what did we learn from the perils of June, but also just the perils of these past 6 months, honestly, because June technically was part of that. And while you got your socks rocked, again, like with June, you want to take that information to help you carry it forward. But now we're being very... The key here to me is the accepting your past, accepting yourself. Because I'm feeling a lot of guilt. Like this is very emotional, very sad, depressing. And they didn't say anything about like forgetting the past. You don't want to forget the past. You want to take what you learned from the past, accept that it is still with you. It'll always be with you, because that defines who you, not like defines who you are, but that makes up the contents of who you are. Like you would never want to remove it out of you, right? As much as it hurts. You build upon it like foundation. And it's hard to choose not to like wipe it off of yourself, because it hurts. But releasing judgment of yourself is very important. in order to move forward, you have to be willing to accept and release your past. So that way, this next phase of your life, this thing that you're trying to work on, or this part of healing of you, you can genuinely enjoy it without any feeling of this guilt, this pit inside of you. Almost like these chains that are tugging on you. More like you're tugging on those, if anything. I feel like once you stop tugging on these chains, you can just walk forward. Almost like skipping forward, actually. Because not only are you skipping with glee and with like a lighter body, you're also going faster towards the progression, right? So now, yeah, when I saw the 7 of coins, see how there's this fire, I thought to myself, it's like we're throwing, like, you know when people, they write down something on a piece of paper, whether it's like something that they want to tell someone or maybe to themselves, and then they toss it in the fire, and just like the act of it going up in flames or in smoke or something is very symbolic for people, because you're kind of like letting it go. It's kind of the thing that I was feeling with this card. But also with this card, it also represents patience, reward, and sacrifice. I was thinking sacrifice like throwing it and sacrificing it into the fire, but also sacrifice in the way of like it could also mean self-sacrifice, your humility, you can also view it in the way of like, what are you going to sacrifice? Like, that's something that you're holding on to right now. What are you gonna throw into the fire? Sacrifice for the greater good, which is for you to move forward in this chapter. Like, if we are being, if you want an example, I guess, for me, what I'm throwing in the fire is clearly my obsession with Pokemon cards, right? I was able to identify my problem very quickly in that, you know, it's not financially a good thing for me to do right now, and it was a distraction at the moment to help me feel better, and then it did its job, and now it's become more of a negative thing to me, and I don't want to go back into it until I feel on more of a positive space. That's just my problem. I'm not saying that anyone who does Pokemon as a hobby will have this route, right? It's just my problem. While I'm not gonna physically throw my cards in a fire, just sacrificing it is in like, you know, not paying attention to it as much, really taking my, like, just being really insanely casual with it and trying not to put focus on it at all. So that way I can put my focus towards things that will help me in the now and in the future. That is the sacrifice, I would say. Yeah, cast it into the fire. Getting something off your chest. Yeah. Sometimes people have a lot of things on their mind that they feel like they can't tell others. You know, writing it down, throwing it into the fire almost feels like you're throwing it to the universe to be like, you'll take care of it for me. And that's actually a ritual that some people do around New Year's and stuff. I did something pretty similar to that, where I wrote down, I think it was like 12 or 13 goals that I want to accomplish, like what I want to be, and I would write things like, you know, I want to... It's not like I want to or I wish to. You write it as if that already happened. So it's like, I am no longer a procrastinator. Things like that. And every night I would burn it. And by burning it, you're like setting it up into the sky, into the smoke, and basically telling the universe, like, this is the one that you are going to help me achieve. Your the divine, your spirit guides, and then by the 1st of January, there's one card left, and that one card is the card that you're gonna focus on this year, because they're gonna take care of the other ones. Pretty interesting ritual. It's very nice. Rad, thank you so much for the sub. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, you're part of the fairy garden. Let's go. Welcome. I hope you enjoy your emotes and your sub badge. Thank you so much. Good morning, Gray. How are you? We're doing some tarot reading right now for the collective, which is you guys. Thank you, Rad. I'm glad that you like the fairy garden so much that you decided to become subbed. Thank you. Another thing of the 7 of Coins is that this deals a lot with patience too. Your patience will be rewarded as well. I think that goes without saying, but I think, I mean, you know, we're over the halfway point, right? I feel like we start to grow impatient, being like, when is this going to be over? When will I not have to work so hard? When will these stresses and pains of this life eventually stop? And you have to be patient, but at the same time, not just be patient and wait for things to happen for you. You still have to put in the effort. But this is about new cycles. The sun here also exemplifies a cycle, the beginning of life, right? Rebirth. Also, oh yeah, sun here. It's very rebirth coded, very hope core. And then I want to move on to this Queen of Coins. We had this card pop up a lot last month, so glad to see her still with us. Oh shit. To me, this is like the outcome. This is your final form. Just Queen of Coins. It gives the, again, nurturing, caring, generosity. Not only are you nurturing yourself and taking care of yourself, but also you're helping giving others the tools to succeed as well. So a very generous, bountiful, what is the it's almost like you removed all of the bullshit from your like normal day to day, the things that usually take up a lot of your time that don't need to take up a lot of your time, doom scrolling. You know, the things that take up hours of your time that you don't need to. Now you can use that time not only for yourself, but now you can also give to others. Yeah, you're queens, you're leaders. And you also feel beauty too. Like you just feel so confident and more sure about yourself because, you know, you can use that time, like even if you mean literally, just using that time better by going to the gym, just walking for like 20 minutes a day, doing the things that you're like, well, I don't have 20 minutes of the day to do that, but then you spend cumulatively way more time, like way more than 20 minutes scrolling on the interwebs or playing a gacha game or something, like way too long. Playing video games that you know you should have a limit on. It's a hard thing to do. I myself have trouble even just limiting myself with stream time. But having limits, setting limits on things is really healthy. Whether that's your budget for purchasing Pokemon cards for the month, or your screen time, or how long you play your silly games. Silly / positive, because I too play a lot of video games. Welcome back, Denied. But my dailies, that's how they get you. I wouldn't say, you know, like completely cut out gacha games or anything, like, you know, the stuff that the daily things that you do all the time. I'm not saying to cut cold turkey, because it's also very unrealistic to do something like that. I feel like only the hard people, the people that go hard, they can do that. But realistically, it's very hard to cut something cold turkey. Maybe if you play 10 gacha games at once, maybe try and take off one this month. You don't have to be very ambitious and cut off like 5 of them, but, you know, cutting off one, maybe one a month, maybe. To me, I think having at least like just one gacha game, I think, is better than having multiple. But I'm not saying necessarily like it's hard to put something away, like putting specifically gacha games away, but just like games in general. I only use gacha as an example because I know that I used to be really bad with them. Putting the hobbies or like certain things away in general that you know that is taking up a lot of your time and you don't even like it. I feel like that's a very common thing that happens for a lot of people, where, you know, maybe you scroll a lot on Twitter and you're like, dude, this shit isn't even good. Like, the slop isn't even good here. The kibble sucks here. You know, and then some people, they feel like they have to do all their dailies for 10 of their accounts or something because they don't even like the game anymore, but they don't want to stop the streak. Like a freaking Snapchat streak. Yeah, like when something starts to feel like a chore. Like you should be paid for this. Then I feel like you should probably step away from it. But like with what Denied said, if you enjoy it and it doesn't take a lot of time for you, well, one, you chose the right games, because there are some that take a really long time. Ridiculous. Genshin. Yeah, I know that it feels kind of bad when you stop the streak, or, you know, because you build it up for so long. I know for me with Genshin, I felt really terrible to stop playing because you know, I put a lot of money into that game, and then all of a sudden because I'm not playing it, to me, I feel like that money just went down the toilet. But that's not true. Because to me, the money that I could make by not obsessing over this game, for me in particular, like my personal experience, I can make that money back. I can make that time back. To me, time is the thing that I want the most. Yeah, like you had fun then. It was your experience then and it made you happy. But, you know, if something is no longer bringing you joy, it's like the Marie Kondo. If you hold it in your heart and doesn't spark joy anymore, it's more negative than positive, then it's time to reflect. And, you know, maybe in a few months, maybe a year or so, more than a year, you can actually go back to these things that you would obsess over, or, you know, like were more of a negative impact to you than a positive, but you can go back to it in a more healthy way. Yeah. Exactly. You still enjoyed it while it lasted, and it gave wonderful memories, especially during COVID, you know? I know a lot of people started playing Genshin because that's like around the time that, you know, Genshin happened, as well as Animal Crossing. I remember those days. Oh yeah. The 5 of coins. Moving on. This one is, to me, feels like a... like, once we have seen the positive outcome of, like, if you do, you know, these things that we're talking about... Oops! These things that we're talking about, it's like you're Queen of Coins coded. However, if you... if you don't... or, you know, try not to be more aware of your this journey of yours, this is what's gonna happen to you. You're gonna become the fucking match girl. You're gonna become a crying Victorian child that's gonna die in the snow. Because this card is about abandonment, hunger, financial misfortune, denial of support. It's very like you are literally dying in the snow. You're dying in the snow when you're a Victorian child. But it's also about like, because you are almost at this like, well, you are dying in the snow. Reach out for help. Also, hi Kyrie. Hello to coffee. We're gonna be rich, boys. Fuck, it's the opposite. I don't know if you can see this. I'm sure you can actually, but the match girl, she's actually sitting in the snow right next to a church. The lights are on. She has like a clear support, or not a clear support, but there is a support that is literally right next to her. Yeah, a snurch, and she could just go in there and have a sanctuary. But to us, to her, it almost feels inaccessible. A closed door, maybe like a cracked door, but you have to go through the effort of reaching out for people. You can't just assume that they're gonna reach out to you, that someone's gonna save you. Is there a reason there's a Pokemon? Oh no, I was using it as a bookmark. Don't look at it. I feel like, yeah, I'm gonna be honest, this is a very, like, it's a very depressing card. Like, seasonal depression still be with us in summer. I feel like I've been feeling that a lot as well. I know some of you also have been feeling it. But during these times where we feel alone, hopeless, kind of like this, just crying in a corner, it takes a lot of strength, but a very beautiful start if you reach out for help. Even if you don't necessarily like reach out and say, I need help, even just talking to your friends more, because maybe you feel like you haven't been talking to them lately. Planning events to play video games with your friends or just hang out together would be nice. Yeah, you are never alone. Especially in the fairy garden, you have so many of us that are here in chat right now and in our server, and I'm here. I'm not your therapist, but I am here for you. Oh, the guard of our coin. Oh, yes, yes. This is to censor the nipples. Even though it's artistic, I just don't want to risk it. Yeah, this is my Rider-Waite tarot deck with my Pokemon cards. That's why I have so many. Gigantic deck. Deck. I said deck. Just to be clear. Even sharing stuff with you guys and how supportive everyone here is. It's beautiful. It really is. Maia may not be a therapist, but a very wise fairy. I try to be. Still want to learn more, of course. Denied? But yeah, to sum up this in particular, basically what we're getting at is, you know what I think? Now that I have read everything together, this doesn't feel like you're literally going to fight people, which could still very well happen for some of you, because these are multiple different scenarios or situations, right? But now I'm starting to feel like this is more of like you fighting your demons. Like you fighting against all of your wants and your like you're like 1v5ing in the lane, you know. It's almost like you're struggling to balance everything, like all the stuff that you're trying to do for this month, because God knows why we keep saying yes to things and biting off more than we can chew, and we're like, holy shit, I'm drowning. Yeah, and also just like fighting yourself in your past, like with what Chris said. Maybe you're like fighting all the things that you thought about in your past, and you're like, why am I thinking about that right now? I feel like you're fighting off, like defending yourself, being like, back off, demon. But like we said, it's more of accepting your past and moving on from the past, letting go of that slack instead of pulling on the chain. And also understanding that this is your new beginning with the Ace of Cups that I have in my hand right now. This is about... I'm not even kidding you. I was just thinking about this card because whenever I see Judgment, I think of Justice at the same time. Because to me, this card is about, like, if you work on yourself this month, then you will receive your due justice, as in, like, you will get a positive outcome. If you ignore the things that you're supposed to be working on, and you just say, yeah, fuck this reading, fuck any of the advice, I'm just gonna keep doing my own thing and, you know, continue to do things that are hurting me, you will also get justice. You will get exactly what you are like signing yourself up for, right? You will I don't know, it's like a math problem, right? Like if you're adding up all these positives, it'll be a positive, but then if you keep adding up all these negative numbers, it's just going to be a bigger negative number. It's really interesting that I got this card. I was just thinking about it. That is so crazy. But yeah, it's is there anything else that we need to keep in mind to stay sane, I would say, for the month of July? Well, okay. Two of Swords. Okay, so I guess there's like two different routes or paths to go and you're trying to choose. Okay. This one is about like indecision, stalemate. You're kind of like at an impasse because you can't choose and you're freaking burning. The thing about this card as well is that if you can see in the back, it is dawn. It's dawn outside, kind of symbolizing, as you know, that we always talk about the sun being like a rebirth, a new beginning, things like that. It's about to come out, right? The truth come out. The sun is about to come out, the new rebirth, the new beginning, and yet it's about to happen, but you're at the impasse, right? It is still night. Also, you can see here, such a cool card. Oh shit, I need focus. There you go. Sorry, my hands are really shaky. You can see here in the back, right here, that's the Charles. Choo-choo Charles. It's Choo-choo Charles. You know the thing in Epic the Musical? that with Scylla. Oh yeah, she's right here actually. I don't know if you can see. She's right there. So, you know, the evil freaking sea monster and the whirlpool of hell. Did someone say Epic the Musical? Oh, look, it's Epic the Musical! It's Scylla! And the whirlpool thing. Dangerous, my friend. I watched it with Umi. And Say. I love it so much. Yeah, so it kind of feels like this might not even be like currently in your life. There might not even be two clear like day and night choices, right? That's not necessarily what I'm saying. Like where, oh, one side is, you know that bus meme where that like the two people on the bus, one person's like looking out the window and it's all sunny and beautiful, and the other side he's all depressed and shit. He's like, oh, and he's looking at nothing, just looking at the rocks, the wall. It's not really like that. It's more like, you know, the swords that you have, it could totally be you have two shitty fucking choices, right? Like either you go to Scylla or you go to a whirlpool of hell. And it feels like no matter what, these choices for you to move forward, it's like none of them are like a clear, beautiful rainbow and sunshine's path. They both suck. Like you're still gonna have to work, you're still gonna have to do hard work and effort, but which one is the one that you can actually tackle that does have a rainbow at the end of it, or are you just gonna keep... I feel like, you know, the whirlpool is almost like circling into keep doing your negative, destructive patterns to me. So I think this month it's really good to think about if there's any decisions that you're hesitating to make. Obviously thinking about the choices that are in front of you first as well, just to be aware of it. I think that's really good and important about what reflection is about this month before you're going into it. Yeah, exactly. Getting sucked back into the same cycles, which we talked about, right? Trying to get rid of this card, getting rid of your negative, the things that are not benefiting you anymore, things that no longer serve you. It's good to think about your options that you have, because you're preparing for a new cycle, right? The Ace of Cups. This is a new beginning for you. Honestly, I think that's pretty much it for July's reading. It's pretty straightforward. I feel like it's kind of like a part 2 of June. The same type of vibe of I feel like this is a little bit more in detail of it's time to lock in, but now this one almost feels like you had the attempts of locking in, whether you were successful or not. I'm sure there was still some progress, right? Yeah, any introspective period is productive, and honestly, even if it feels like you're going, like your life is going up and down like this, you're still going this way. Still moving forward. But now, I think July is about analyzing and being introspective about, okay, what did I learn? What paths do we have now? What roads should we not take this time? And that, again, with the Justice card, you will receive the due justice, whether you work really hard towards the goals that you are aiming for, or whether you take a break and you have like a rest period you will get the outcome by doing something like that. And then, of course, if you work tirelessly and drink 1,000 monster energies and you get so exhausted that you get sick, you know, that is also your justice. Because yes, you worked really hard to receive that, but you knew that going into it. You knew it the moment you started drinking too many of them darn caffeine drinks. That's literally me. And just like, you know, treating your health like shit, you know, that you will feel those effects and your body will feel like it's deteriorating. So I'm not saying, again, cutting your bad habits, stopping cold turkey, but maybe don't drink multiple cups of coffee every day, or multiple cans of energy drinks, or, you know, these types of things. Maybe limit to 1 a day. You know, be gentle with yourself, right? I think it's a really important part of this journey of whether it's self-love, self-acceptance, and just moving forward with yourself and not, again, pulling on these chains, is being gentle and knowing that it's the process, the journey, the growing pains, and Like, I don't mean to give anyone PTSD or anything, but like, as an example, if you did something wrong as a child, you might have had that feeling where an adult, instead of being gentle with you, and talking to you like a normal person, instead they treated you like shit or raised their voice at you, maybe even did more of a negative thing towards you. Like, that is a shitty feeling, right? And that kind of is how it feels about yourself, or towards yourself, if you don't treat yourself well. If you are, because you're like, it's like you're yelling at yourself, you're throwing rocks at yourself, you're treating yourself like shit. But if you're gentle to yourself and saying it's okay to make mistakes and that this journey is not linear, if you have some days where you don't feel productive, that's totally fine. Even you just acknowledging that is really great. Hi, Egg. Nice to see you. Yeah, the brain worms. I just got here, but I feel cold out. Imagine drinking too much caffeine. Couldn't be me. Yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely feeling non-linear right now. I'm feeling like a really squiggly circle, but it's not a circle. Need to practice brain thriving. Yeah, I need to get back into... So something for me personally, when I was thinking about June, you don't have to say yours out loud if you don't want to, but for me personally, something that I want to do again is doing my, I don't know, like deeper breaths, taking deeper breaths every day, because my acupuncturist, the one time that I visited her, I know I need to get that appointment. I just feel really bad for Kyo having to take me everywhere, but yeah, the one time I went, the first time I went, she told me that I don't breathe deep enough. And I was like, how do you know that already? I mean, I'm sure she can figure it out just by looking at me for 5 seconds, but it is like a very common thing, I guess, that I've noticed about myself, and it's really good to, like, if you ever notice that you're not, you know, taking in enough oxygen, like, just kind of do a deep breath. If you notice that your shoulders are basically at your ears and you feel like really tense, just take like 5 deep breaths. When you wake up in the morning, instead of immediately grabbing your phone, I'm guilty, I'm guilty, I'm guilty, just gently sit up, take 5 deep breaths. And so that's something that I personally want to work on this month, as well as limiting my screen time, removing some applications and some notifications that I've noticed have been really bothering me. You know, kind of like a nice cleanup. Yeah, I agree. Sighing is really nice. It's some people, whenever they hear someone sigh, they're like, why are you sighing? It's like a bad thing, and it's like, I'm breathing. I almost feel like, because people always commented on that, at least like my parents would, I almost like don't want to breathe deeply because people perceive it as a sigh. Therefore, I think that I'm bothering people. My mere breathing bothering people. And so I feel like I always try and be very quiet about everything I do, except for laughing and talking. But, you know, like I walk with very light steps. I guess I don't breathe very deep to avoid sighing and bothering people. always imagine I'm gathering mana when I deep breathe. That's what it feels like. Literally, that's what it feels like. Cause I have this like deep breathing practice, this yoga meditation type practice where when you close your eyes and you're deep breathing and you're focusing on trying not to focus on anything at all, one of the meditation videos, she said, like, when you're inhaling through your nose, kind of imagine like this gold glowing light going into your nostrils and then down your all the way to your chest. You can kind of feel it. You can like visualize it inside of you, even if you have, what the fuck is it, aphantasia or whatever. Just like the feeling of something like glowing inside of you. And then when you breathe out through your mouth, you are pushing down the negative energy, the things that you don't want to stay in your body. You push it down into the ground, into the earth. So Mother Nature and so the divine, and they can take care of that negative energy and dispel that shit. Remove that shit from your body. And it's such a relieving feeling to be like, I'm taking in positive energy. I'm putting in this glowing golden light into my soul. And then when I breathe out, I'm doing like an equivalent exchange of being like, okay, I have no, like, I don't even have any place to store all this beautiful energy. Let me take out this garbage. And you know how normally you don't want to talk to your friends or tell people about the shitty things going on in your life? I guess to me, pushing that stuff into the earth, it's not like putting it down. Like, you know when people are like, oh, I just like shove my feelings away in a corner. That's not really what you're doing. It's more like you're putting all of it down into the earth with intention that the earth, the divine, they will take care of it for you. Yeah, thank you, Earth, for dispelling my shit. It is nice to show gratitude, because then you don't feel guilt for even like bothering the Earth with your feelings, which is not what you're doing. It is something that I think about, though. My younger sister did say you breathed too loud when I was younger and it gave me plus 20 self-consciousness. Dude, right? My dad used to say in the morning, he'd be like, you know, saying, like, commenting about stanky breath or something. He'd always say shit like that, and it always made me self-conscious to where, like, I don't even want to breathe around people. Because I don't even want, like, I just don't want to bother people. It's like, I don't know, it's like, that's kind of rude in the morning too. Like, I didn't even brush my teeth yet, bitch. I just woke up and you choose violence? God damn. Just don't breathe, bro. That's what it felt. I'm like, I shouldn't even breathe around people. If anyone makes Mai-chan feel like too much, I shall urge her to be more. Thank you. Sigh away all you want, queen. I'm always like a nose breather because I never want to breathe out of my mouth. I feel like that is actually because of how my dad treated me. I don't think he knew. Thank you for the hydrate. Anyway. I tend to breathe through my nose. Sucks when you have a deviated septum. Okay. we are all done for the collective reading for today, but like I said earlier, we can also do some personal readings for anyone. I'm gonna open it via channel point requests, but also on the YouTube side for y'all. If you're still in there, you can just put like a, I don't know, anything like a wave emoji or something. And I'll do first pick on the YouTube side, and then I'll do the channel points on the Twitch side. And if we have time for more, I can just keep going back and forth between the two. So if you want to go on the YouTube side, I'm doing this more for, you know, showing support for the YouTube side, because there are people over there that exclusively watch on YouTube, or even if you don't, just watching on both, I still really appreciate it. So if you're on the YouTube side, just let me know if you want a personal reading. I can do that for you. Just holla! Also, if you want to go on from the Twitch side and go over to the YouTube side just to do a hello, that also works. Do whatever you want. And then I'm gonna get the Twitch one ready. Because I know how to do that. Okay. Okay, it's open. On the Twitch side, feel free to redeem it through channel points, and if you would like to tell me if you want like a general reading or maybe something more specific, you're more than welcome to ask for clarification. Let me know if you guys can see it. Hello, Kuwanki. I have a deviated septum and polyps. It's hard to breathe. Surgery November, though. Yeah, let's go! One for Twitch and one for YouTube. For now. And then if we have more time, I'll do more, of course. I feel both enlightened and relieved. That's good. I'll hold off since I got it last time. No worries. If anyone feels called to get a tarot reading, a personal tarot reading, you're more than welcome to redeem it on the Twitch side. If you feel nervous that you are gonna get judged or something, you will absolutely not. It is such a calming and insightful way to get some knowledge and some guidance if you feel really lost in your journey right now, if you feel really stuck. I always feel that way, feeling stuck. Like I have a... Sometimes I'll have like a... What is it? A direction, but then I feel stale. Hi, Rai! Full. General, please. Okay. I did notice that I've been seeing you more in the fairy garden than before have more time, free time. Oops. Everything comes with a free head pat from Chris. Not me. For now. Okay, let me meditate on these cards real quick. Chris, thank you for getting us with the rifle. Thank you. Actually, oh. Oh. I love that card. Hello, Divine. Okay. Hello, Divine. We want to get any general advice from a rifle. If you have any to give us, which clearly you already do. It came out. I saw one sticking out really clearly and I decided to take it. Oh. Water. Water on both. It's cool. I love this card. I love it so much. Water. I know, I keep seeing the Six of Swords. Okay. Let me take a photo for you so that way you can have it for your future notes or anything. I keep taking the photo from what is it called? Like a photo on my phone, but then I realized I could just take a photo. I could take a screenshot. Okay, took the screenshot and I sent it over to you in case you want it. Let's go ahead and read it. So we actually had this card pop up very early in the stream. The Hierophant card. I love this card very much. It reminds me of my not a grandmother per se, but a grand aunt. This card represents a teacher. Venerated teacher, enlightenment, structure, security, tradition, ethics. To me, I thought at first that this was like someone that you're looking up to, but I feel like it's almost that you are the Hierophant, like you are the teacher. I guess the feeling as to why I am thinking that is because the Ten of Coins is very like this dog be like he's filled with knowledge because he went through life. He has all these grandbabies around him, you know, so he's just very filled with so much experience of the world and has a lot to teach because of it. So the Hierophant card is something very it be giving knowledge is power kind of a thing. Like you're always open to learning new things, and that there's something about like honoring tradition. Like there is maybe, whether it's like a religious teachings that you abide by, or maybe like within your workplace, or just like within your personal life, there are these traditions that you honor. However, you're not the type of person to also just like blindly follow anything too. I think that you set up your own traditions as well, and coming up with your own path, so you're not just, you know, blindly following your father and your forefathers. It's, you have like a very beautiful foundation that you have set for yourself, or maybe like your teachers before you, right? Like the people who have taught you throughout your life. Something also with this card too is that not only do you not only are you a teacher in helping others, but you are also it's good to be aware of maybe someone else trying to teach you. So whether you are a mentor for someone, there might also be a mentor for you. So it's good to ask yourself, like, who are the people that you admire? Who are the mentors that you like to follow? But also think, like, am I a mentor for someone? Which I feel like it is. I'm more leaning on the side that you help others. It's like you just have a lot of wisdom that you're ready to impart on people. I don't know what your job is. I remember that, for those who don't know, Rifle used to be part of our Discord mod team and was very, very helpful. But because of work, I had to step down to focus on work, which is totally understandable. But I don't know if we ever asked what you did. You don't have to tell me, by the way. But the 10 of coins, I love this card because it's so a finale of, like, I don't know, end goal retirement life. Aleti, thank you for the follow. Thank you. It's like what we all be wanting at the end. The, like, filled with wealth, family, inheritance. Like, you see all the little fuck-ass kids running around. A very full and fulfilling life, it looks like. And the Six of Swords, if you can see, I love this card too because it, this card represents, like, you moving from very rapid, raging rapids type, a chaotic life into something with more calming waters and a very fertile soil where you can plant your, like, new chapter, this next stage of your life. Oh, paralegal. Oh my goodness. You've been doing it for a while? Yeah, I think the last time we spoke was like 2022. I want to know what this Knight of Cups is about, though. Hmm. Hi, Twirly! Thank you for the raid! Hello, everyone! Thank you for the Twirly raid. Are you drawing today? Let me go see. Hi, Kyle! From the Twirly raid. Hi, I'm new from the raid. Hi! I can't believe you came here from the raid. What? It was art. I hope you had a great time. What were you working on in particular? Okay, hi ichimaia. Whoa, hi Kyle the assassin. No, my freaking ads! No, I forgot to pause them. Aren't they supposed to do this thing where like if there's a raid that it pauses automatically for a while? Why doesn't it do that? No. Okay, well before the ads start, thank you so much for the raid. If you need to rest and take a step away from the computer, if you need to raid and run, please don't feel pressured to stick around. We're doing tarot readings right now, individual tarot readings. I'm doing one right now for Rifle, and then I'm gonna do one for anyone on the YouTube side. If anyone wants to first come first serve over there, you can just wave and say hi. And if you want one, just say I want one. Wow, that You Were a Great Streamer is gigantic on my screen. We're gonna do probably like 2 or 3 slots today. So you guys are more than welcome to request one when I have more slots open. But this is only our first one, so you guys are good. Okay, the ad started. Did I miss the tarot? No, well, you missed the collective reading, but I'm still gonna do personal ones if you would like to try and redeem one when I open it back up in a bit. Did we get a good collective reading? I would say so. Basically what it said was, to paraphrase, while you are in your phase of locking in, right? Because that was kind of our theme of last month, is to stop fucking around and locking in. This month now is like, okay, so what did we learn from either the lack of locking in or trying to lock in and it didn't really work so well, or maybe there was some success? It's about reflection, thinking about what is taking up our time, what are we doing too much of that's become a bad thing, and using that time to better yourself. Because right now, like with the card that I'm holding in my hand, this is the Ace of Cups. This is about new beginnings, new chapter, and like also like emotional beginnings too, like emotional reset, nervous reset, doing a lot of breathing exercises to reset our nervous system. Yeah, I kept talking about like doing too much gacha. I think that I'm just projecting, honestly, and trying to find another example other than Pokemon cards because not everyone does that. But also that it's not a direct attack at anyone. I'm just trying to think of things that I would call myself out on. But yeah, and also being gentle with yourself because while you're calling yourself out, but it's more from a place of love. Oh, and also reaching out for help if you feel like you're drowning. Just not even drowning, like you can talk to your friends even when you're not in your drowned state. It was an attack on me! A direct attack on Willingwell! Someday I'll be early enough to redeem the personal tarot. Oh, I'll actually be opening them up throughout the stream. It's not gonna be like first come first serve within the first few seconds type thing. Just so, because sometimes people might redeem them early in stream, but then they have to go like leave stream. So just to keep it fair, I'm gonna be opening it up throughout stream. So you're more than welcome to try and redeem it if you would like. I think it's, how much is the tarot reading? It's 15k. If you don't have 15k, what you can do also is go onto my YouTube side and ask for a tarot reading because I'm trying to give love to those on the YouTube side as well who watch me over there. Even if you're a Twitch user, you can literally just go over there and just say, hi, I would like a tarot reading if you really want to. I'm not going against any of that. But yeah, just go on the YouTube side, and if you want a tarot reading, just say, hi, I would like a tarot reading. And we'll put you next. I'll do first come, first serve on the YouTube side. Looks at more 407k points. God damn. Thank you for the search and hydrate. And then as for those, because I know that Kyle said that he wasn't going to redeem one because he got one last time. And it's very beautiful and respectful. But also if you've ever gotten a tarot reading from me before, just in general, you're still more than welcome to redeem one. I think it's fine to not redeem if you just got one, like our literal last time we did a tarot reading. But you know, if it's been like a few months, you can redeem. I don't mind. Hi, Sonzai! Alright, we'll do you next. Let me know if you want it to be a general reading or maybe something for finance or like work related or love or whatever. Just let me know. If you want one for like a reading for the rest of the year or something like that. Let me do that hydrate. I'll go help with dinner. Okay! Thank you again for the raid! Alrighty. So we were pondering this Knight of Cups before we got the lovely raid from Twirly. Let's see. I actually would like some clarification on this. Let's see if we can... Whoa, okay. That was our... Okay. Immediate. Alrighty. I want some clarification on the Knight of Cups, because usually whenever I get that, I feel like I need more. Yeah, good luck with saving. Oops, sorry. So this Knight of Wands is the Phoenix, right? Doing I mean, I don't know how else to say it except it's basically like rebirth, which we were just talking about. Your mind is stuck on Final Fantasy. When did I mention Final Fantasy? Phoenixes are everywhere, by the way. So, the King of Wands is really bold. Like, I mean, the Phoenix is freaking flashy as hell. Look at those very pretty, gorgeous feathers. You're just conducting a lot of, like, authoritative, like, teacher-coded, just have a lot of wisdom and knowledge. And it's, like, almost like your next chapter, it revolves around helping others. And when I was wondering what the Knight of Cups is, that Knight of Cups is a messenger, a kind messenger, and someone who stands up for their ideals. And when we're talking about the Hierophant, remember how I was saying something about that not only do you have these set of beliefs and these what is it, like, I don't want to say commandments. These I don't know, like these rules and things that you abide by, that you stand for. You're also really down to absorb and learn new things too. Have other people teach you, right? Like, you're not only a mentor to help others, but you also have a mentor somewhere in your life. Yeah, principles, thank you. There's just a lot of yeah, a lot of confidence, I feel. And if you don't feel confident, I feel like this is telling you that you should be confident in yourself because of how much you've learned, how much you have, like, experience that you've gathered throughout your life, throughout the, you know, these past few years. And that this is, like, it literally says right here, authority and magnetism. This is such a crazy word, because to me, like, I feel like a very beautiful, like, leader figure, someone who leads others, authoritative, right? Like, you have a magnetizing energy. People want to be around you, to learn from you, to grow with you. And so the Knight of Cups is beautiful too, because it's also saying, like, you're very charming. So I guess, like, the cool part about this one saying that you are someone who stands up for your ideals, that you're standing up for the ideals, right, that Hierophant coded. Yeah, these all go really well together. Hi, everybody. A question here that they're saying to reflect on is, like, how do I use emotion as a power? What are my personal ideals and how can I better embody them? What message do I need to listen to? Who in my life exudes passion? What feelings drive my actions? This other question from the King of Wands is, the one that I really like, is, how can my power protect those around me? What needs to die for something to grow? So, you know, if you're feeling stagnant right now, or maybe you feel like you are made for something more. And you're meant for great things. I mean, these are amazing cards. They're showing you that you're such a powerful, knowledgeable person that you, like, people need in their life. What needs to die for something to grow? Oh, so what I was trying to say is that if you need to leave, if you have been having that urge to like leave your job behind, or leave maybe like a person who feels like you're being held back, or they're holding you back for this next chapter in your life, then consider that, because these are troubling waters. These are the raging rapids, you know. It's crazy, it's chaos, and there was, you know, some not so great things, right? And then moving towards this island of prosperity, it's also calm waters, right? Like I said. So this gut feeling that you have, where having this decision to move to something greater, trust your gut. Move to something where maybe it's like a place that is a really great environment, where not only you can learn from others, like your peers, but also you can spill the things that you've learned and your energy for your peers as well. Or maybe if it's like a teacher type of a role, you can give to those around you, like the younger folk. That's crazy. But yes, let me scroll up. She's got a lot of Final Fantasy to work though. What? So info, I'm open to work at the moment, and I plan to go to other type of legal except what I did last time. Oh, well, awesome. Work through. Sorry, I can't read. Oh, my glasses on. Hello, Ifity. How goes the tarot? It's been going well. I've been reading everything okay. Imparting the knowledge. Hello, Kairuichi. Thank you for the stream streak, and for the 140 stream streak. Hello, Kaio M. Hello, hello. Hi, Stella. Hello, Gog. Hoping our July's looking good. It was looking good. Looking like a self-reflection kind of a month. I went to ceramic studio today and worked on some stuff. Whoa, that's awesome. I didn't know you did ceramics. No joke, I laid down and suddenly it's 5 p.m. Yeah. The heat is so freaking brutal, man. Maya, nice to see you. And Mini. I just woke up. Dude, yes, exactly, man. If I didn't have to stream at 3 o'clock, I feel like I would take naps until 6 and be like, oops. Oh my god, I can't wait to see your stuff. Yes, please show. I love ceramic projects. But yeah, to sum it up for you, Rifle, basically, you're doing a great job. You're doing a great job, and you are on the right path. Like you looking for work, if you feel like there's one calling to you, trust your gut, and don't doubt yourself. Like, this is clearly showing that you have so much to offer to people, and that this next route for you is filled with prosperity and so much, just like so much knowledge surrounding this entire thing. I don't know how to explain it. There's just like, it's so like, I don't know, like education coded, or like just filled with abundance of knowledge, whether that's like literal studying kind of a thing, or like just like passing down what you've learned in this life to others, and also grabbing that from others as well, like the people around you. Yeah, because of this one and this one, definitely new beginnings, new chapters, something better in the future ahead for you. So I'm looking forward to seeing what happens for you. I hope that made sense. Time for Maia to be DJ hours. Sometimes I think about it, but that is a life that is behind me, thankfully. I feel like it really wrecked a lot of parts of my life, even though I'm very owl in the night. I'm like a scorpion. I'm Scorpio, but a very nocturnal. I also really like waking up early and feeling productive. Like if you do errands and work on stuff, you still have so much of the day left to do things. I'm a night body, but I work a morning job. Isn't it cruel? Scorpio friend? Yeah. Is this for only one person or for all ichis? So this one was for rifle specifically. The one that I did for the collective reading, I already did for the month of July. If you would like to cop a personal reading for Twitch, you're more than welcome to once I open it back up. Right now we have actually 2 readings to do for YouTube, and I'll leave it at 2. So no more requests. So Sonzai and B are gonna get some on the YouTube side, and then I'll probably get 1 more slot for Twitch. I feel like I'm more clear of what I need to do now. Despite my work is face-to-face and I'm quite good at it, I am an introvert. I'm glad that it helped you with having like a clearer direction, or at least like clearing your head, right? Being more confident in yourself because you're having this entire divine, you know, like the universe is backing you up here, saying you got this. So this thing that you want to get at, this goal of yours, are backing you up and saying it is a great one. I guess I need to grow some moxie and face the world. Yeah, it's like it was kind of giving, you know, someone who is like they were giving only cards that exude confidence, like deep knowledge, and like you have been in the mines working on yourself, and now you are so built that you need to be shown to the world how beautiful you are. But it's like you've been hiding it from us. You've been keeping all of it inside. Good evening, Pigeon. Built different for real. Yeah. Which makes sense, honestly, because I haven't seen you around the fairy garden in a really long time, and then I've been seeing you a little bit more often, so I'm really happy to see you, you know? So it's like you've been in the mines, working really hard on yourself and character progressing, and it has been showing. It was trial by fire. And that's exactly how, you know, all things are, right? Like, it is beautiful to fail. It is beautiful to make mistakes because you learn from them. It hurts really bad, but I like failing. And as much as I hate rejection, I know it's good for me because it helps me have a direction, because it's like, oh, okay, that's a no. So that means I can go this way. Yeah, training arc. Met a ton of cool people during DJ hours online across the world, so I'm sentimental about that and get FOMO if I sleep too early. I know. I know that like my working friends who have, you know, like normal working hours, they never want to go to bed because everyone else is still playing League of Legends, right? Like they're still doing the fun things at night, and you're like, well, 9 o'clock, time to go to bed. Like, oh gosh, it's getting late already, 9 o'clock. And it's like, girl, we just opened League of Legends. What are you talking about? Yeah. It's hard to be the... not better person as in like better than the people who are DGen, but like be the better person for you and going to bed at the right time. Right time for you. Because rest is very important. Uninterrupted sleep. A slumber, if you will. Not a light sleep, but one that goes so hard that no one can wake you up. Mimir. I'm kind of thankful to you since when I was working, I only come by my birthday and request a song. You're thankful to me because you asked for a song? I get that I had an internship in school and club activities when I was abroad, and I was so irresponsible by gaming until late hours. Yes, oh my god, I do the same thing. My thing that I tell myself is until I sleep, it is not the next, like it's not the next day until I sleep. So even if it's 5 o'clock, I'm like, oh, it's still the day before. Like I'm still partying. I don't know if I'll ever stop that part of me, like staying up late. I feel like my normal bedtime is like 1 o'clock, like 1 a.m. because I just like how quiet it is at night. From my POV, I've been MIA for a whole year. Only pop around less than 2 or 3 occasions. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm sure like when you're not here, you're doing amazing things. I love the nighttime. I wish I wasn't so sleepy. And got big girl job. And you work so hard, you get sleepy. Sleepy. Time from 11 to 2 a.m. is my peaceful time. I used to get upset at Kyo because he would knock out immediately when we're like, because the time for us together is at nighttime to like watch movies or like a TV show or something. After he comes home from work, or even like if it's his day off, like just spend time together. But he knocks out so fast because he's a hardworking guy, you know, so he sleeps immediately. And I used to get upset because I'm like, oh, it's like our time together, but we always had time together like in the daytime too. Now I've been like, now it's my time. Now it's me time. Now I get to do stuff for myself. People who stay up until 3 a.m. are the people who get up at 3 a.m. to do it for the same reason. Oh, I see what you're saying. They're saying like there are people who wake up really early at 3 a.m. for their me time. I feel that needs his rest after work. Yeah. Alrighty. Let's do Sonzai's. Sonzai, you can type on Twitch if that's the more comfortable one for you. Like technically the YouTube is just for you to secure the slot if you want to think about it that way. So no worries. I can read both. But I believe your slot was regarding to your projects. Project's fortune? Like your, like the outcome of it type of thing? Samurai cards? I know I have a lot of Japan cards. Takasugi-san. Let me see. General reading into it. Oh, it's like you didn't start it yet? Swords, huh? Samurai. Let's see. I'm curious if I have any. Takasugi-san, this one is Princess Kaguya. So this one is Japanese legend, and then this one too is the Crane Wife tale. Japanese Crane Wife tale. So we do have a couple. In terms of like samurai though, I don't think I do. Oh, and then the Matsuo Sake. This one's also Japanese. I don't know if he's still here, but I wanted to answer anyway. Okay. General reading into your project. Alright, alright. Oh, you meant fortunes and it's like fortune telling. Is that what you meant? When I thought of fortune, I was like, I mean. Somehow night times are when the brain decides to lock the frickin'... Yeah, me too. Well, my reasoning behind it is because I'm pretty sure the reason why I lock in at night is because it's quiet. So your brain can actually think. Because in the daytimes there's just so much noise. Okay, let me meditate on this and then we'll start. Hello, Spirit. Would like a reading on your... Oh! On Sonzai's project that they're working on. Two. If there's anything you have to say about it, we'd love to know. I feel like I want one more. I know that there's two, but I want one more. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so this was the first one. Let's say these are the second, third, fourth. Chariot. Ooh! We just got this card and we get it again. We also got the Justice last time. Okay. Hi, Pug! Hello, Chivis. Pug's got it, guys. Root for him, root for him. Okay, got it. Okay, so King of Wands. If you were here earlier, you would kind of know what this one stands for. But this is your overarching theme of your project. This one is giving transformation, I would say. I want to know what Nine of Cups means. Let's see. A Yuri. Actually, I think the one on the left is a guy, but I like to think it's Yuri. So I remember looking it up and I was like, damn it. Okay, I think I get it. So, King of Wands, right? This is the Phoenix. It's very bold, powerful. It's warm, like there's a literal fire. Also like a very rebirth coded card, so yeah, it also gives me a strong picture. It's really nice. Oh, sorry, you can't really see the... Let's move this over a little bit. Also, I'll take a photo too. I'll send this to Discord. Okay, I sent it. So, I wanted to actually start with the Nine of Cups because this one is about satisfaction, fulfillment, indulging, abundance. That's a good sign. Happiness being brought about in an unexpected way. It's saying like relax and enjoy the work that what you've worked so hard to achieve, basically. So, and not to downplay your success. So I believe you said that you haven't started on your project yet, but it's kind of giving like, don't doubt yourself in the project that you're about to do because you're going to do so well. Don't downplay your success, right? Like, don't doubt the fact that you have all the tools you need to succeed. So why would you ever doubt that this is going to go wrong, that you're going to fail in this project? Because you're not. Maybe you haven't started yet because you are worried that it's not going to do well, or that you will finish it, or that it won't come out the way that you want it to. But it will. It's going to go great. Obviously, there's going to be like a little bit of a fightingness, like a little struggle, right? But you have the strength. You are strong in your capabilities. Be confident in yourself because of these things. God damn it. Sorry. Like, you have to think about basically what you have been fighting for this whole time, like 1v1ing yourself, or, you know, the things that you have learned, your character progression, I guess is what I like to say. These tools that you will be able to use in order to succeed. So asking yourself what your inner strengths are, what things you might have to endure during this process in order to make these things happen. Identifying, you know, what are the things that I can control, so you can focus on those things, and then the things that you can't control, to not really focus on those things, because I know that's like a common, like I do that all the time. Always wanting to change things that I can't control. That might be one of the problems in your project. And also asking yourself if you're allowing others to help you. So if you might need help during this project of yours, don't be afraid to ask for help. Don't be afraid to ask for help, for advice. I remember when I was drowning personally in all of my off-kai deadlines, you know, Karasawa offered to help me with my stuff, and Sei and Xiao helped to with my like coloring, and I think and also like Mint helps with my base coloring. So getting help is such a hard thing to do, but it is something that you will have to consider to do, and that you should do to help you on this journey. It helps to avoid getting burnt out and to feel overwhelmed, right? Yeah, asking for things very, very hard. They say hi to Kara. Hi, Kara. Hello, hello. But the strength card is so amazing because it's about conviction and fortitude, right? So fortitude is in you being courageous despite all of the issues and the problems that you might have during this time. Like, you will endure, you will get through it, and you will get through it with flying colors, because it's going to be great and it will succeed. You will do amazing things. I feel like the Nine of Cups too, going back on it, you know how sometimes whenever we go through projects or go through, like, I don't know, yeah, I guess just projects in general, that sometimes we go too hard on them to the point where we bury ourselves in the ground and we get burnt out. I feel like this is telling you to take it easy and not go super hard on it at the same time. Like, know your limits, put a limit on how much that you should work on it every day. Don't like grind mindset it, because I think it will exhaust you and you will feel like you'll never be able to finish the project, you know, like just like really bad vibes. And so with the Justice card, this is also giving that like two different options, right? Like, yeah, pace it out. Exactly. So Justice, again, we talked about it before in our previous readings, where it's like, if you go through the path of pacing it, taking it slow, be very mindful about how you go about this, being confident in it too, you will receive your due justice, which is having a very successful outcome and finishing your project, and you being very happy with it, being very pleased with yourself. And then, you know, if you go through the other option of like grinding it out super hard, restless nights, and you just like, your only goal is just to finish it, and like you don't even care the damage it does to your being, you will also get that outcome where, yes, you might finish it, but at what cost? So be mindful of that. And then the Chariot. The Chariot being another 8 major arcana, which is super cool. They're also right next to each other, because this is 9, 11. Hello? Oh, I know what I was saying. This is 8 and this is 11. No. Yes. 8. 7, 8. That's what I was trying to say. These are right next to each other. I'm like staring at it right on my page. I'm like, they're right next to each other. Not the 9, 11. Anyway. Seven, 8. Anyways, what I was trying to say, the chariot. I always like this card because it feels very like authoritative person, like being super like onward, my citizens, onward, my liege, or something like that. And so they're like, they're going full charge, like a breakthrough, right? Like this card represents momentum, breakthrough, and success, which is a really great thing to hear from if this is related to your project, right? Because that means that you will not only have a breakthrough, but it's also very successful, and that there is momentum with it. Like those are amazing adjectives I would like to hear for a project that I'm working on. It's like saying that there is a very clear path paved by the lessons that you've learned. So it should be no problem for you to not only start this project, but also get it done. Getting it done with ease, right? So you can be leisurely, take your time. It's not a struggle bus. Asking yourself, where am I headed? What is propelling me? You know, your driving force. What obstacles have been cleared for me? And is there a potential for harm in my rush forward? That's crazy. Because we were just talking about that you shouldn't rush through things, right? Take your time, pace yourself. And it is confirming, reconfirming that you should not just rush forward. Yes, it is a clear path, but it doesn't mean that you have to like go fucking sprinting. You're like breaking through with confidence, you know, you are moving forward with like, you know, like when horses, they have like a really cute stompy feet kind of thing. That's kind of how I imagine it. It's almost misleading, right? Like if you full send it, like you expect you to, you're almost expecting yourself to go super ham on it, but it's more like, oh, I guess like keeping that in mind, making sure to not full send at the same time. Full send in your beliefs that it'll work. Full send in the fact that putting your whole passion into it, and that because it will do well. Yeah, don't crash the chariot, exactly. Yeah, so I mean, to sum it up, this is a really great outcome, I would say. Showing more success rather than warnings, right? And I feel like the warnings that are there, you're very aware of it, you know what it is. Or not know exactly what they are, but you would be able to identify them. And again, with like the pacing yourself, I think because you already had that in mind, you're already in the right place, and that you will get your beautiful outcome that you've been wanting. And the King of Wands being like a rebirth thing too, it's like this is gonna change you in like a revolutionary way, so you should be excited for it. They're so connecting, right? I also love that Yoshitani makes these cards in such like with similar colors, so they look so nice together. Oh, it's so good. Even just like visually, but connecting, like they all made a story. Yeah, exactly. If you go too fast in the chariot, these weird little creatures are gonna throw you off, or you break a wheel. I guess in this sense you might drown. So yeah, this is looking great for you. So I wish you the best on your project. I don't think you'll need it. I think you're gonna do great. So I hope that helps. It was nice to hear. Yay, I'm glad. I don't know what your project is, but I hope you have a lot of fun in it. That brings you much success, which, according to this, it seems like that's a yes. Anyway, thank you for requesting a tarot reading. I'll do my best. Good luck. B. Tis your turn. If you... Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Do you have a... Let me see. Do you have a particular question in particular, or do you just want a general reading? It can be work-related, it can be... personal, spiritual, or love advice. Or... Oversimplifying things, I'm studying to care and support people victimized by racism. Your tarot will greatly help me discern my next steps. Okay, so like next steps in your studying, or in this like chapter of yours. All right. Let me meditate on these cards, and we can get started. Never mind. I need to pee. When I did a deep breath, I was like, I need to pee. Be right back.
I'm also feeding my cats, by the way. Might as well. Yep, I'm still BRB. Hello. So the guy we said hi.
Oh,
Hey guys, they said hi.
Is it weird that she's way cuter with the card covering her mouth? So you're saying you don't like seeing my whole face? Is that what you're saying? Asshole. No, just kidding. I understand. That's why I did it. It's like a fan, you know? When they cover their face, sorry. For those who are in the Discord, how active would you say it is? With almost 2K, I honestly I don't even know our stats, but regardless of what the number is, I feel like it's really chill. Like, it's very manageable of a, like, people talking. It's not overwhelming. It's not, like, super, super, super active where it's, like, spamming. But there are, like, calls almost every day, and with not too many people. I feel like there's only, like, a lot of people if, there's, like, a planned event, you know, or maybe, like, I show up and bother people, then there's a +1, right? But yeah, it's not intimidating. There's a lot of, yeah, like with Resolve said, there's a lot of channels. So, like, if you don't care about something, like for example, Final Fantasy, we have a Final Fantasy 14 channel specifically, so you can always mute it. I think it mutes it for you too if you don't select it as an option, but it's been a while since we made the Discord, so it's like a very old server that is trying to be more current, but it's a little difficult. But yeah, there's a lot of different options, a lot of different channels for you to vibe in. No, I would never ban people for that. I have a lot of friends who don't care about Final Fantasy 14. You know, Kyo, he does not gaff about Final Fantasy 14. He's tried many times. He cannot get into it. Okay. This is my rock. Isn't it awesome? Just a big obsidian rock. Very pretty. Yeah, obsidian. Nice identification, B. Okay. I believe we were trying to meditate on the cards for you, so let's get back into that. Yeah, that is why we tried Guild Wars 2 recently. I want to do like an MMO with Kyo, but it's really hard. He really just likes World of Warcraft. I don't like it very much. If you do end up in Guild Wars 2 again, I'll be there. Nice. I want to do Guild Wars 3. And it comes out in 2030. Hello, Spirit. We are asking if you have any direction or advice or anything to say about bees, career path on what they're studying on or something to do next. Knight of Wands. Rock. Try and refocus. There you go. Oh! 2 cards. Let me finish this out. Don't get scared. I know it looks scary. Don't be scared. It's not a scary card, I promise. Ah! I know the tower is scarier. What? No, it's not. Okay, let me get a screenshot for you. Source. Oh. What happened? Okay. Source screenshot. Hey, Australian. Are you in our server, by the way, B? Because I can send this picture for you, but if you're not in it, you could also just take a screenshot as well. You are? Can you type in the general so I know where which one you are? I typed in B and I didn't get anything. Oh, you took a photo? Okay. No worries then. If you prefer that one, like a screenshot instead. Alrighty. So let's start off with the death card. Let's address the skull in the room. Joking. So the death card, I feel like is very on point with what, like, career thing wise, because this one is talking about ending one way of life, starting another, right? A rebirth again. Irrevocable severance. Like, it is the transformation and starting something anew is going to happen. Transformation, I think, is a really important word for this. Growth is another great word for this. Just ending something in order for something else to grow, right? You can also see that she's holding a candle in her hand, and it illuminates the skull in the back, right? The pace of time, if you want to get like real symbolic about it, something that no matter what, it is going to happen to everyone, which means like the thing that is coming next cannot be stopped. Like it is meant to happen. So like this next chapter, right? And the candle is illuminating its enlightenment. It'll reveal the truth. So this is very much about, yeah, maybe like a phase that might be ending for you, a certain phase in your life, and starting a new one, transforming. Because, you know, say for example, the thing that you're studying or the way that you were studying, it might feel stale, or maybe you know, like I said in the last reading, like you feel like there's something more out there that is meant for you, that you are destined for something higher, that your purpose and this thing that you were studying for, while it is so important, you're like, I feel like I can use my skills and everything that I worked up for till now to, to create an even better change and even like have an even higher, serve a higher purpose, I guess. And so it's really interesting because we'll get to the Four of Cups later, but the Knight of Wands is a really beautiful card because it's about adventure and, you know, rebellious by nature, hot-headed, rebellious. I feel like that's a very on par with like what you're studying in a way, like being rebellious against the norm, against these some fucking assholes that you'll have to deal with, I'm sure. But your adventurous spirit is very charismatic, very high-spirited, very passionate. And, you know, it looks like you're just charging in with so much dominance. And that you have a lot of power in the unexpected. That's a cool thing to hear. So, I don't know. I feel like this card represents you very well. It's very, like, encapsulates you very well in the fact that you're just a very daring fighter, rebellious, and a hot-headed rebel is what they say. It's so cool. A good thing to ask yourself is, how do you fight for your passions? What do I lust for? How can I wield my skills in a new and unexpected way? So unexpected way, I feel like almost alludes to the thing that we're talking about, where like a new way, like a new path for the thing that you're passionate about, right? Fighting for your passion, I feel like, you know, dealing with these fucking, I don't know how else to say it, racist assholes, you know, like you're fighting for your passion, fighting for us, right? People of color, just fighting for the people. It's a hard thing to do, but your rebellious nature and you just wanting, like being so passionate for what's right, for what you stand for, like fuels you. And again, very charismatic thing too. And so going forward with this Four of Cups, the reason, so now we get to talk about it. I love this card because it's like this guy going, my options, what do I choose? Like all of these golden cups are so yummy looking and so fancy and rich and shit, but being material coded, you know, you might be looking at the wrong choices, or a choice, I guess it's not like a wrong choice necessarily, but like a choice that it might deviate you from your path. You'll still eventually get to the end result, but it might not be the best one for you. And so if you look at the back, at the window, there is this wooden chalice, which is, it does what it's supposed to do, right? The reason why you want a cup, to carry the drink, to carry the water, right? It does what it's supposed to do. It's very modest. You don't need anything fancy. You just want something that gets the job done. It's warm, right? Like the feeling is warm in contrast to something like metallic that's cold, right? Cold to the touch. And there's also a nightingale resting on top or perching on top of the chalice, which I guess according to the Danish that it's considered a drab bird, but despite its drab look, it is very beautiful. Like it sings very beautifully, and it's a very overlooked ideal choice. So fixated on these 3 cups being like, yummy, 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 all these gems and gold on it. But if he bothers to turn around, then you'll notice that there is a wonderful option that is just for you behind you. And not many people would turn for this one, like the path not at least traveled by. Sorry, God. It's like one of the first poem things, short story poems that I remembered in my childhood. It's wasting away. Open the schools. It's like opportunities are everywhere. You just have to open your perspective to open yourself up to new opportunities, basically. Also, these other cups too not only could represent, well, I guess to elaborate further, these 3 golden cups, how I was saying earlier that they might deviate you from your end goal, which isn't necessarily like a bad thing, but you know, there's the awesome one there. But these things can represent maybe stuff in your past, things that keeps you up at night, you know, like the things that you ponder on a lot from your past that you continue to think about. In numerology as well, number 4 is about restructuring and reframing. So this reading is a lot about like this, like you charging forward. It's a lot of very emotional too. There's a lot of talk about new path. New path. Parallel is fascinating too. Death is my first card. Another card is 4 with Chinese imagery. Yeah, 4 cards total. Ooh. Yeah, and this one, even though it's a Danish folk tale, it's Chinese. Because he's the emperor. Interesting. Yeah, so I guess also to add on to this, by you looking at these 3 golden chalices, which also might be, you know, you going in circles thinking about the past, or maybe like even staying in the same circle, like going over and over again with like maybe a current job that you have, or like this current project maybe that you're working on. You are feeling stagnant, unfulfilled in your past situations, just thinking about it all the time, and you crave more. You crave fulfillment. You crave moving forward. Just don't know how. But you do. You have the intuition on where you should go next, almost to the point that you're like charging forward with so much passion towards it, right? And if you were doubting yourself, if for some reason that you were doubting yourself, the 9 of coins, your last card, is there to tell you that don't, heart emoji, don't doubt yourself. Because 9 of coins represents that your hard work is going to be rewarded and your benefits will be reaping. It's a successful harvest. Like, look at all of those damn watermelons. This guy is surrounded by the watermelons. Not only surrounded by the harvest that they had, but also able to share it with everyone, like sharing it with this bird, being like, hey, I want some, and you're like, yeah, of course, spread the wealth. A symbolism that they're talking about actually in this book that I'm reading is that the red clothing symbolizes pursuing projects that engage your passions. That's crazy. And this person in particular, their name is Mai An Tiem. I think I'm saying that absolutely wrong. Vietnamese. I'm not Vietnamese, guys. They are known to have clear reasoning. They're intelligent, clever, and they stay true to their beliefs. And I don't think this will ever be you, ever. But they're definitely saying, like, stay true to your beliefs. Not one person will ever have you waver, right? Clearly. Clearly. Also an important thing to note too, like watermelons, they have so many seeds, right? Like, reaping what you sow type shit. Also, it's really hard to see in the back, but you can see them here. These are like little boats. And the boats represent material wealth and stability, interconnectedness, which I think is a very beautiful word, considering what we're reading for. Representing that you are supported by a large fleet. Like, there are people in waves just backing you up because they love and appreciate what you stand for, what you're doing for our community, what you're doing for the people. So something to reflect on is like, how do I relax and enjoy the benefits of my hard work? Because while you might not feel like you're here yet, you're still working hard, and you should still appreciate all of your hard work up until now. And so it's really good to take proper breaks and treat yourself. You know, romanticizing your life, being all beautiful in the summer, reading a beautiful book under a tree, you know, taking yourself on a picnic. And if there's an opportunity, that you should seize it. But yeah, this card is 100%. It's just showing you like your self-sufficiency, being able to plant these watermelons, and it has more seeds so you can plant even more watermelons, and it's just up and up and up, right? You're gonna prosper, if not already. And it shows that you will and you are accomplishing what you set your mind to. Yeah, I guess it feels far because right now we're focusing on the fact that we are doing this death card, right? Like, we are actively going from removing and cutting out, or, you know, like ending this chapter to start a next one. But you have everything you need to make that happen. Yeah, I genuinely don't know what else to say. It's a very, very beautiful reading. You're just a very charismatic person. And I can tell that people really appreciate what you're doing and what you want to do in this life, like the impression that you want to leave. And just like by you continuing to work on this, you will prosper and you will continue to grow. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to what you do next. I hope this helps. Seems healing. I'm glad. I hope it, you know, eliminated any doubts that you had about your journey, or gives you a better, or gives you some strength for what's coming next. Yeah, thank you for the reading. Thank you for requesting a reading. Girl summer. The saxophones get louder as you pull the tower, walking into your retail job. No! Ah, Easels! Hope to maintain the streak more and Twitch not breaking it somehow. I know. I've heard that sometimes they're it's very rare, but I've heard some people that their streak gets broken, even though there's like the grace period. All right, we're gonna do one more. Where is it? I'm gonna add one more for Twitch. Okay, you guys should be able to see it. Feel free to redeem it if you would like a tarot reading, personal tarot reading. Hi, Mai! I'm listening to Maia's lovely voice while I play game. Which video game? Or, I don't know if it's a video game. What game? I would like one. Hello, Pigeon. Of course. What kind of reading would you like? Do you want a general one? One for, you know, the rest of the year? Or for your job? Career path? Spiritual, personal, love. Chris, 3 months! Oh my god. Chris, thank you for gifting 3 months of sub to Mai. Thank you. I hope you enjoy your gift sub and your sub badge. You are stuck with us for a while. Yeah. What the hell? If Twitch breaks my 140, I'll be sad. I know, I feel bad because Twitch like sets you up to want to continue to streak, right? Like that's the whole point, I guess. But they can also be the ones to fuck it up too. That's mean. Be like, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. Error, heart emoji. Can't do anything about it. Miss Maya? What? What happened? How about a reading about my friendship with this one person? Sure. You don't have to tell me any details. But like don't feel pressured like you have to say any details. I'm just say what's on the cards. Error heart emoji. I opened my packs, there were hits. Oh. Did you open Chaos Rising? What did you get? Let's see it. Are there different types of tarot readings? Yeah. There are. Hi Diz, thank you for the follow. So, I can actually show you. Some people like to do tarot readings in many different ways. You can, so, how do I say this? When you're just starting out tarot, it might feel really overwhelming to be like, I don't even know how many cards to pull. You can literally start with one. I think that's the best way to do it. If you're really nervous about the whole thing, it might be intimidating. I know it was intimidating for me. Every day, just pull one card. And that card, for me, I would ask, well, I would like a card that would represent what's going on for the day. Like something to keep in mind for the day. Like if the divine has a message for me for the day, right? For the next 24 hours. What's my 24-hour reading? They're one card only. Pulls death card first pull every day. What does this mean? That's crazy. It could mean that they want you to do your next move. Show your moves, but you haven't done it yet. So it shows stagnance because it's still showing up. They want me dead. And then so here's an example. 2-card spread. So if you want like a release and retain. So the first card that you pull is the release, right? So what is ready to leave your life or has been taking up too much of your attention and energy? And then 2 is retain. What is necessary to keep for continual growth? And there's a lot of different ones. So this one's asset, hindrance. You might want advice from the universe, so you ask for a 3-card spread. So 1 is what you need to know, a new perspective, and then the action that you want to take. And then past, present, future, mind, body, spirit. There's a bunch of different ones. Your existing relationship. This is a 5 one here. Hi, Maia. Another 5-card relationship one. I wanted to go for the 10. This one's a very popular one. So the Celtic Cross. This is the 10 spread. So it might be a little hard to see, but basically it says that 1 is your current situation, 2 is the blocked energy. So, I mean, self-explanatory. Unconscious influence, conscious influence. Past event, possible future event, and then you go up. So then your feelings, what's in your heart, others' opinions or outside influences, hopes or fears, and then potential outcome. So, this one goes hard. I never do this one. I'm more of a person that likes to do tarot readings that when I look at them, they almost tell me a story. But you can do this, and it'll also tell you a story. I just have never done it before. But yeah, this is a very popular one. Also, I've seen so many people that just do what I do, and they're like, I don't know, like 20 cards will come out, and then you form a story through it. Yeah, there's so many different ways to do tarot readings. Some people also mix it as well, like they'll do multiple decks, or even like do multiple types of tools. So there's this one guy that does bone reading. I'm not even kidding. They have different types of like trinkets and bones, not human bones, like animal bones or something, and like buttons in it, and like little trinkets that represent certain things. And so what they'll do is they'll shake it, and then they toss it on this, like on a bed, or whatever, and depending on what is grouped where, and maybe like if one of them fell off the table, things like that, or if they're off the mat that they're using, like it means something. Yeah, genuinely, I kind of want to try it. It looks so cool, and it's crazy how accurate it is, because there's like so many specific things that like those things represent. And so when you have like really high intuition, you're reading them cards, it just goes crazy. Yeah, let me consult the bones. Bone council puts my finger up in the air. So yeah. Also, if anyone's interested, this is what my book is called. Help. I have another book. I have no idea where it is. But I know that I bought another one. I don't know where it is. When we moved, I put all my books in one spot, and I don't know where it is. And then this is the handbook for my specific deck. I'm wondering if my friendship will change in the future. Will it evolve further, be maintained, or will we end up going our separate ways? Okay. And it's one specific friend, right? Not like a friend group, just one person. Let me meditate on the cards for you. Dang it, my mom texting me, go away. Hi, Kale. What does it mean when the cards ask for numbers on my credit card? You should do it. /J. Hello, Divine. We're calling asking if you have any advice or something to say in regards to Pigeon and their friend. I like this one. Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh! Okay. Give me a second. Oh! Okay. God, they have a lot to say. Okay. Okay, I get it. I get it. Oh my boogness. Okay. I love the Hermit card, by the way. Okay, I'm gonna take a picture and I'm gonna send it to you. Okay. Book mention. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. So, it feels like that Spirit really had to tell you something. Because these cards came fucking flying out. They were like, and another thing! Hello, Novsonic. What I will say is that the overarching theme, we got her again. We got the 5 of Swords, so that is interesting. I mean, she's crying. They wrote an essay, and it is my duty to clear it up for you. To start off, our overarching theme is a 5 of Swords. Again, talking about well, how do I say this in a non-violent way? I don't know. I don't know why I'm saying violent, but I mean, he's holding up a damn sword. Because the thing that we talked about last time was like revenge coded thing, but it's not really revenge. So it's more of like just unpleasant argument, like a conflict that happened between you two, and so a conversation might need to happen, right, in order to have some type of resolution, some type of, what is it, when people want, what is it called when, like, not saying that this is like relationship coded, but like when people, closure, thank you, oh my goodness, thank you. I didn't even explain it and you knew, thank you. Yeah, there's just like a lot of, or either you guys had a conflict, or maybe there, whether it was like one conflict or you're just like always having conflicts with each other. It's been happening often, but there is something that caused something unpleasant from both sides, or whether that's only one person feels that way and the other person's just looking the other way like, I don't give a fuck. Someone's hurt and there needs to be a conversation, even though it feels like no one wants to have like a conversation about just like what is it, confrontation, but unfortunately it needs to happen in order to have some type of resolution.
Hi, Dumbo.
I don't remember having a direct conflict before, so yeah, it could in that case it could be that you are the person who is looking the other way, being like, I don't think we have a problem, but maybe your friend is feeling a certain way, so you guys aren't really seeing eye to eye right now. It could also be too that there might be like an outside, I don't know what the fuck just happened there. Outside source that might be causing the conflict between you two as well. Not the New York Maya. So we'll just have to see when we read the cards more, but let me put this over here. To this, oops. Sorry. So now I can move on to all the other cards. And so we can start with the 7 of Cups. This one, I don't know if you can tell, but it's Aladdin. And this is the part in the movie where he's like, oh my god. The lamp. There's a pretty lamp over there. There's all these different options of so many different lamps. They're so beautiful. And he's like, magic carpet. I'm not gonna do this. But yeah, basically this is about having all of these different possibilities to the point where you're like daydreaming about something about hidden desires. Maybe you want more from this. friendship than you're letting on, or maybe the other person's thinking the same thing. I'm not quite sure. But there is more layers than what meets the eye, I guess. And so I feel like things don't feel clear for you because there's all these different possibilities that it's clouding your judgment, and so you don't have any clarity about your heart's true desires. We hadn't seen each other in 3 years because neither of us was in a good headspace. I see. Yeah, so this could also be alluding to having a clouded headspace, all these different things that you're thinking about, and so it's good to think about the actual goal that you want to achieve in this friendship. Like, why do you care about this person in the first place, and like, why do you hang out with each other? What good do they not serve you necessarily, but I'm sure there are like beautiful qualities of this person that make you happy. And because I don't know, if you surround yourself with someone that doesn't really give you any positivity, then that's not great. It's interesting that you said that there was like a few years where you guys haven't seen each other, because there's this part here that says, for the symbolism, the flowing water that's, cascading down. Oh, you can't see it. I'm sorry. There's flowing water that's cascading down the cave, which represents the passage of time. So it's like you're spending a lot of time daydreaming. Spending a lot of time with this cloudiness. There's something here that says, like, take some time to sit with your dreams, practice stepping into them through visualization. Use things like meditation and practice to guide you into your decision making, helping you choose with your heart. So it's like, kind of is related to your whole, like, if either of you were not in a good headspace to, I'm assuming it's not as bad now, but whenever you have these moments where you're clouded and it's hard to like reconnect with each other because you're just really busy with life, or just things are like really chaotic, to help guide yourself back to them, basically. Guide yourself back to reality. I'm really curious what this is. I know what this is. Hanged Man, though. So Hangman is 12. Disco Dad! Hello! Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, hello. Put my bookmark here. Hello, Pixeler. Nice to see you. Whoa, Fire Emblem, let's go. How are the readings coming? They're going well. I feel like I'm able to read the cards fairly well. It's been feeling good so far. I'm still piecing together this story, so we're reading the cards individually first. This one's for Pigeon. Also, Crow, thank you so much for the resub, by the way, for 3 years. I'd hit my yippee button, but okay, why not? I love the art on these cards. Me too. I think I have a command for it. Nope. That's not. Okay, that's not it. But I can just show you. This deck is by Yoshitani. You can see their name right here. It's called Tarot of the Divine if you would like to look into it. Maybe for yourself. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a great time playing the Fire Emblems. Always a great franchise. Great series. I love Fire Emblem. My favorite is Awakening. And Three Houses. Yeah, very lovely to see you. Nice to see you again, and thank you for bringing your community with us. If y'all would like to hang out while we do our last reading, it's this one right here. You're more than welcome to listen in. Also, we had a collective. Sorry, brain hard these days. We had a collective reading earlier this stream, so if you want to check out the collective reading, which represents everyone. So it's a reading for everyone, not just like a very personal one-on-one reading. That is for the month of July. So what we all should expect in the month of July, you're more than welcome to listen to it. The VOD will be up obviously when I'm done streaming. I'm gonna try and put timestamps for people, so you can click on them easily. Hi, Note. Yeah, sorry, I brain farted. I can't choose my favorite Fire Emblem. Do you have a top at least? Like top 3? P? What are you talking about? Crazy that I managed to get the Wukong card. Why, do you really like Wukong? Are they your main? But yes, if you need to read and run, please don't feel pressure to stay. But thank you again. Alrighty, let me get back to what I was saying. So the Hanged Man is a lot about, you know, we usually be right side up, right? And to be in the upside down position, it shifts your perspective, right? And so when you're upside down, not only are you shifting your perspective, and so this card is urging you to look at a different perspective, but also urging you to reflect. For me, it feels like you need to sit in your limbo phase, like, and think about either looking at the situation from another perspective, whether that means like a third perspective and a like non-biased towards you or towards her or, you know, them, but just in general, like from the outside looking in. Or, I mean, honestly, you should do both, but to think in the perspective as if you were that other person. Oh, okay. She, her pronouns. Okay. Yeah, so to kind of sit with it, take a lot of time to look at it from multiple perspectives and not just your own. and that will help you come to a decision. Or, you know, at least like making your next steps, because again, you're kind of, there's so many things in front of you, kind of convoluted, that you don't know where to go or what is the best choice. Let me see. Yeah, it's a lot about like analyzing your situation from another perspective, basically. The Judgment card. The Wukong. We had this earlier. This is about awakening, acceptance. When you think of judgment, like Judgment Day, it's like the end of it, I guess. So, it's good during this reflection stage to, and this is also really good too, to like reflect on your life, reflect on your choices, maybe I guess in this particular situation, reflect on the relationship in itself. Like it says here that the past may be returning for possible reconciliation, so you know, the fact that you guys haven't talked in a really long time, so the past is coming back up. Or maybe you guys need to talk about something in the past to reconcile with, or to, you know, make peace, find the closure, in order to move forward. Oops, oh no, I lost my... Where the hell did this come from? Oh. Yes, baby boy. What are you crying about? This also is really crazy because this shows basically reconfirming that you need fresh vision, approaching the issue from a different angle, thinking outside the box. So it's like really telling you, like, this is a very important thing that you need to do, because it is reconfirming twice. And when you do have the fresh angle, different perspective, that you will get clarity. Hi, Shadow. Nice to see you. And hello, love. I know, Resolve, I feel like this is your favorite card, because every time I get it, I think about, like, you going, if anyone wants to know about the lore about this, by the way. And it helps. Like, genuinely, the lore about it helps even more, like, deepen the meaning, so it's really cool. Yeah, nice to see you both. Hello, love. Hello, Shadow. We're doing a reading for Pigeon right now. If you struggle with, like, self-reflection and, you know, sitting by yourself, this card, I'll explain it further, but we're not there yet. But I'm gonna move to the Knight of Coins. So the Knight of Coins is... it's talking about making a decision making, stubbornness, pushing your agenda, diligence. So I feel like, yeah, okay, so this cow represents stubbornness, like, you know, hard-headed, as freaking horn thingies. So just, I feel like you have trouble with reflecting because you might be hard-headed, which is not a bad thing, like necessarily. It's just you being very strong in your beliefs and how you've always went about life. And it's difficult to step out of your comfort, to step out and to think, like, put yourself in someone else's shoes. It involves a little bit of not only creativity, but like a great amount of humility, empathy, like a lot of things that might be a little difficult for people to process. But I mean, that's what having a friend is for. That's what people are for. Like, the friends that care about you, because it helps you to, like, if you have a question about things and about yourself, that if you have trouble being like reflecting on yourself, you can always just ask your friends and be like, I want you to be honest with me. Am I don't know, just going for like the most base thing of like, people always ask, am I a bad person? And there are some friends that are like, no, you're not a bad person. But there are some people who will, like, because they care about you, they will go through the, like, I don't know, like, tell you how it is, or like, everyone always default just says like inherently like, oh, no one's like a bad person. But it doesn't mean that there are still things that cloud your judgment, or, you know, struggles that you're going through where you don't like open your mind up to other people's perspectives and things like that, that can be really difficult. And so people can help you get there. My first thought was, am I a good person? Yeah, exactly, right? Like, I think if you were like wanted to ask your friends, kind of like a benchmark, being like, hello everyone, a survey here for you. Am I a bad person? On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad am I? 1 being very peaceful, pacifist. 10 being, I'm bad, bleh, you know, like, / negative. You know, it's like the base thing to, you know, to think about. And the only way that you can truly know if you're a bad person, really, is to know from the perspective of, well, I mean, like, to know from this perspective of others, if you're really having struggling with asking yourself that. But I think a lot of us reach to like reach outward to find the answer of that, because it's hard to trust yourself on the answer that you give yourself. And again, looking at another perspective to see what you look like in someone else's eyes. Because like, I've gone through this thing where I have told myself repeatedly that I am a bad person, that I am scum of the earth, you know, like I don't deserve friends, I just am a really bad individual. And if you keep telling yourself that, you will genuinely think that that's true. But on the other side, you know, your friends or your loved ones, the people that surround you, like, they don't think that. They think you're fucking chill. But you're the only one who thinks that. And so there's, again, change of perspective, being like, and it's also hard to view how good you are when you are so clouded by your own judgment. And if other people view you in a different light, like, how can you believe that? You've never thought that to be true. It's a difficult thing. Or, you know, you can even think about it in reverse. If you, like, you know, like, really arrogant ass people, they'll always, like, they've never self-reflected in their life. Not because they can't it necessarily, like, you know how if you're struggling to self-reflect, there are some, like, really arrogant ass people who, like, don't even think that they should. Like, there's no doubt in their mind that, like, obviously they're a good person. But if they were to check the other perspective, they'll be like of the perspective of other people, they might think otherwise. It's so subjective. I think about One Piece where Luffy never calls himself a hero. He says only the people he helps get to decide that. It's different for every person, can change over time. There's so many different aspects and perspectives, like so many different pieces of the puzzle that define that. And even then it changes every day, or it changes all the time, like with what Sigil said. It could also be that you thinking that you are a bad person is the thing that is clouding your judgment, and by you being, I guess, like negative in that self, like maybe putting yourself down, maybe that energy is, you know, rubbing off wrong on your person, your friend that you're talking about, when in reality, like, they might think you're a great person, but it's not coming through. There's a lot of times with my some friendships that I have where you know, they just cannot for the life of them believe that they are a good person, and so it leaks and it like becomes their identity that they are just not a great person, and so they're very down on themselves. What is it? Oh god, were people what is it called when someone says like, oh god, I'm so stupid, oh god, I'm really the worst? What is that called? What is that phrase called? Self-deprecating. Thank you. Yeah. And so doing things like that and saying things like that, it just becomes part of your identity. Like, you become that. And it can be hard to be around. I don't know if anyone's ever been friends with someone who... What the fuck is Joe doing? I don't know if anyone's been friends with someone or around someone who does that all the time, but it can get very exhausting. Because, of course, as a friend, you want to be like, no, you're not a bad person, or like, Tabu! Yeah, Luna, hiss at him. You tell him. He bit her neck and she just went, yeah, you tell him. I forgot what we were talking about, but the self-deprecating thing is very true, because I went through a phase where I said that all the time. I'd be like Jesus Christ, I was like, oh my god, I'm so stupid, saying things so self-deprecating, and then I started to believe it, when that's not the case. I'm pretty smart. I'm actually very smart. You know, I studied my ass off in school. I'm pretty aware of other people's feelings and like very highly empathetic. Like, there are a lot of great qualities about me and my brain, and in order to change your mind, and like, you have to like forcibly like just start not gaslighting yourself, but like gassing yourself up. What is it, when people say that you have to fake it until you make it? Kind of like that. Even you have to compliment yourself and say that you're the shit, even if you don't believe it, and eventually you will believe it genuinely. And so it seems to me like with the Two of Coins at the bottom, the Two of Coins is a card where it's like, it's about balance, multitasking, because you're carrying these two children. One half is human, one half is bear, and then the other kid, it's like vice versa, because the top half is a bear and the bottom half is a human. And so It's the duality of nature, right? I think this is honestly giving when you're like, you don't want to be insanely arrogant where you think you're the high shit and you're better than everyone, right? But you don't want to think that you're the scum of the earth and that you don't deserve happiness. Being like appropriately balanced of being mindful of yourself and analyzing yourself in the way that like, okay, I need to work on this part of myself, but also understand that like you have worked very hard on yourself and that you deserve love and happiness, and to find that balance is really hard. I feel like this is honestly more of like a self-love reading than anything, and it bleeds into the friendship. I think that's why so many cards came out, because there is a lot that needs to be said about this. The affirmations, yeah. The balance is very, very hard. It's very, very hard. Cause like, you know, when when you have like a job application or something and you have to talk about your strengths, it's like you feel, or even just in an application in general where you have to talk about yourself, you are essentially gassing yourself up and saying that you're amazing. But it's true, because you are, or else why would or else they wouldn't want to even consider you as a candidate, right? You have to learn to be like, yeah, take pride in how far you've come and who you are as a person, because you are amazing, but also being humble. And it is very scary to love yourself, but it is one of the most important journeys that every person has to go through in order to find this like enlightenment, to find this love, to find this like beauty in this world. And it starts with you. How can someone else love you if you don't love yourself first? It's really hard. That's why whenever there's like these I don't know, oftentimes whenever I do like any love reading, or anyone who's like, will I ever find love? And it's like, yeah. But like, usually with those readings, it always has something to do, like it goes something, 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 have to love yourself first. Work on yourself, love yourself, and naturally someone will come around, like just randomly come by, and there they go. They're the one for you, you know, and eventually, in a blink of an eye, you are happy in love. Yeah, I agree with Resolve. I feel like the fact that you are worried about this friendship, there's confidence issues, or like it comes from within, right? It's not like not only just an outward thing of like, will this relationship work out, this friendship work out, but it's like the reason why you're thinking about that too is because you are worried that you yourself like maybe don't deserve the friendship. And again, it leaks out, right? And it's not good to always continuously receive outward validation or outside validation, you know, validation from others, when if it comes from within, like there's never this nagging feeling of like, oh, am I enough? Am I worthy of this love and friendship that I have from others? Instead of being worried about it, you will start to think in your head, I'm so grateful that I have this friendship, that this blooming friendship, and that I deserve it because I deserve love. And you will not have a doubt. But, when it comes to like, how do I get to that point? It comes from within, like self-reflection and like working on yourself. Which is very telling here, but I'll talk about it in a second. The moon. I should have read this before. This is about like almost that you're like deceiving yourself. It literally says, am I deceiving myself? So there's like mystery, trickery, like your mind is tricking you. And then it also says illusion. So there's like this illusion that you think that, everyone hates you or that you are the worst person and all these like bad thoughts. But in reality, that's not the truth, right? It's shrouded in mystery. It's shrouded in this illusion and you don't feel like there's a clear path forward. The Hermit is one of my absolute favorite cards because this is a card that is telling you to take the time to really sit with yourself and practice self-care. Take the time to genuinely be by yourself in solitude. Meditate. You retreat within yourself. You don't like distract yourself with things like, I don't know, the doom scrolling social media and blah 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 and things that like have been distracting you from the thing that you really need to do right now, which is to reflect on yourself. I really love this one because this forest really represents the subconscious mind, all of these unexplored possibilities, and the druid is very wise. They are known as like trusted advisors. And that this white stag, a very well-known symbol of like spiritual enlightenment, also very well known to be like a very like rare I don't know how to say this except like a rare Pokemon where like you really hard to catch, can't catch it, and so like the whole journey of life is to like try and reach that spiritual enlightenment thing, right? So the chase is its own reward. You can also see here that it's dawn, like the time. So the dawn, I feel like, is very quiet. So the quiet time is really good for reflecting. Gives a little bit mysterious vibe. Also feels really hopeful, like there will always be a dawn. A new dawn, new day. Michael Bublé. And so some things that it says for reflection is, what do I need to reflect on? Can I benefit from solitary space? Can I take the time to nourish my spirituality? Have I been hiding? Is there something I am chasing for the sake of the chase? Welcome back, Josta. How was San Fran? It's a new dawn. It's a blue play. Booblay. Hi, Snake Trap. A lot of not very positive or gentle cards, it would seem. I feel like everything is positive. Well, I don't know if positive is the right word, but it is again, it's like a tool to put, like, to help you, guide you towards the right direction, towards the, like, if you think very deeply about what you want in this life, like the thing that you're manifesting, your wildest dreams, this is helping you get there. And I feel like Spirit just really wanted to tell you that you deserve love, and you deserve to, like, while you are on this earth, to have a beautiful fucking time and not to be spent in worry. But in order to do that, you have to do a lot of self-reflection and to, like, go through the effort, take the time, because you deserve time for yourself, right? Like, maybe you're the type of person who gives a lot of your time away to other people. What about you? If you keep giving your time to other people, you have no other, like, you have no more coins for you. Practicing self-love, practicing, you know, romanticizing your life. I always say that, but it really helps. It kind of like forces you to not only put yourself out there, but putting yourself out there for you. That's why I always say, like, take yourself out to go on a movie date with yourself. Buy yourself a new outfit. Feel confident in what you're wearing. Feel confident about yourself whenever you go out. I love the take yourself on a picnic. Take the time to get a yummy treat for yourself. Have a picnic blanket. Eat it. Eat your food under a beautiful tree in the grass on a hill or something, and read a book, or just look at the clouds. It's so beautiful. It's so peaceful, and it lets you just appreciate yourself for who you are. And it's a great time for reflection too. So I guess to sum everything up, now that we have all of the individual pieces, it's better to, now I can piece everything together. There is I feel like the arguments really, like from here, when we were talking about in the Five of Swords there being an argument, it can be like potentially between you two. I don't know what happened with your relationship with her, but it could also be an argument within yourself, like this back and forth of you being in turmoil within yourself, and then there's like the people in your life, or maybe this is her just being like, I don't know what's going on, you know. I think overall this is really about you working on yourself and just prioritizing yourself, putting yourself first, going into hermit mode, and just taking the time to really self-reflect about I feel less assured about myself after this reading, like someone giving me a slap to wake up. I mean, isn't that kind of an assurance in yourself that or in itself, that slapping you to wake up, that means that the divine knows that you can do this. Like, they'll never put anything in front of you that you can't handle. And it might hurt, you know, a slap always hurts, but it is with full love because I know that you can do it. I feel like people who like believe in you, like divine the way that they believe in you, they know you can do it, and so they're urging you to wake up and work on yourself and love yourself because you deserve it. Trembling at the thought of taking that leap, the anxiety and the fear is natural, of course. We all have some level of anxiety going through life, but what I tell people is that the way that I've been dealing with my anxiety is that I go through my exposure therapy. If I'm scared of, like, I guess in this case, if I'm in my current phase where I'm not really loving myself right now, instead of hiding away and being scared that that is true, that I don't deserve love, what about forcing myself to love myself and just taking that leap and really putting my all into myself? And because of course people think that, oh, that's like time wasted, like I shouldn't put time into myself, I need to focus on work, or I need to focus on this. But like going through the effort of putting yourself first, that is exposure therapy in itself, like, because you're putting yourself out there. You're instead of saying yes to everything that everyone keeps pushing you around to do, like, how about, no, I'm gonna focus on myself. Taking the leap is very scary. I feel like that's all, honestly, this card as well, because you're very clouded in all of these thoughts, you know, daydreaming, right? That there's so many of these things going around that you cannot move forward because it's clouded. I don't know what to do anymore. Here, let's do this. I asked Spirit if there's anything that they want to tell you to like help reassure you and to ease your mind, and they gave the Temperance card. This is about balance and harmony, but also the transformation needed to achieve harmony. They're telling you that, you know, it's okay to take your time. You don't need to change who you are or do this crazy, like, uprooting your life type of thing. Like, it's not super huge, right? It's you're patient, take your time with it. It is a journey of loving yourself, finding who you are, all of these things. It's okay to, you know, make sure to breathe. Make sure to take deep breaths, and that telling yourself that everything's gonna be okay, because everything will be okay. The Four of Wands, I mean, if you see it, this is about celebration. This is rejoicing. Also, this is about community too. This represents celebration of happiness before the next challenge. So it's like Spirit is telling you, if you are worried about, you know, if you are a good person, take the time, you know, whenever you're ready to sit with yourself and think, what challenges have I overcome? You know, what, like, the things that you have achieved in this life, like the challenges that you have faced and you overcame them, which you did because you're still here. How can you celebrate it? You know, are you enjoying your success, like relishing in your success, telling yourself like, I am proud of you. And sometimes it's hard to do like celebrate by yourself. Celebrate with your friends, celebrate with the community. They're specifically saying community. You can celebrate with the fairy garden, you know, just having a genuine good time. Think about the people who support you during those challenges and celebrate with them. Like, usually in like, I don't know, like a nuclear person's life, whenever you think like the ultimate happiness is like marriage. Well, I'm not saying that this is the answer. What I'm trying to say is that this card is like, you know, a marriage ceremony, just like showing that there is so much love and happiness that is there and that will be there and is already in you. To me, this is almost like the marriage between your, like, between yourself, self-love. Bro, the way I'm thinking about Gigi's Enough video, maybe you should watch that. Gigi has a music video. Gigi Reardon, a new song. It's called Enough. And honestly, I feel like this is very enough coded. Because it's like, there are so many things in your life that you have to celebrate about. Celebrating your life. Carrots? Hi, Noodle. Yes. Also, I think I saw Tiny Rick. Hello. I focus on myself by buying face wash instead of using the bar soap in the shower. Yeah, exactly. I know you're trying to be funny, but it's true. Hygiene, taking care of yourself. Hell yeah. I certainly don't think I would read this as negative. To me, it really seems to call for the healing and reflection found in some peace and quiet. And space to think about it and breathe before making a decision, but to not overcomplicate it. And that frees up an act. Mm-hmm. I agree. Do not discredit yourself. It's easy to dismiss your accomplishments, but you have to recognize the good for what it is. If you've done good, then that's that. It's good. Don't try to override it simply because it's you. Your good is absolutely good. I agree. Big or small wins are wins and we're cheering for. Exactly. Like with what I said earlier on the July reading, that progress, even if it is small, is still going in the right direction. And again, even if your life be looking like this, like a roller coaster going up and down and stuff, you're still moving this way. Still moving forward in a positive direction. I graduated from my 3 years of graphic design classes last year of May, but all I remember was the negative parts, the struggle, the late nights, starving myself to meet a deadline. Yeah. And what was literally the first thing that you said on that message? I graduated from my 3 years of graphic design classes. You graduated. You fucking graduated. Despite all of your hardships, despite it all, you won. Do you know how hard it is to graduate? I didn't graduate. There's so many people who dropped out, who couldn't make it. Not to say that they can't, but you know, it's hard. I admit it is so fucking hard to graduate. High school, college, graduating anything. It is such a hard thing to do. So that's why whenever you guys say, I graduated, Maya, I am thoroughly and like utterly overjoyed. And I'm so proud of you guys because I couldn't do it. I would love to, and I'm sure eventually I will. But it is such a hard thing to do. And you know that because, like you said, despite the struggle, the late nights, starving yourself to meet the deadline, you still did it. You overcame 3 years. You endured 3 years of hell to graduate, and you fucking did it. So I hope you know that that is an insanely amazing thing that you did, and you should be proud of yourself. It is like, you know, if you, for example, if people comment saying like, oh, you're so pretty, you're so beautiful, I love how you look today, you look so amazing. And then if you get one comment that's like, your hair looks weird, you're gonna think about only that negative comment, and you're never gonna even consider like so it's like one comment is gigantic, right? That one negative comment is huge compared to the 10-15 compliments that you received. With what Na said, it's so easy to focus on the negative, to focus on the dark. But I mean, thinking about it statistically, like, there are so many beautiful comments and so many great things about you, right? So many great things that they wanted to say, and then this one person said this one negative thing or this one negative thing. Like, who fucking cares, first of all? But what I'm trying to say is, like, despite all the negative, right? Look at all the beautiful positive things. So even if you had maybe a terrible experience at university and that it fucking sucked, the amazing thing is that you overcame it. You reached the end of the tunnel, like what Na said, and you freaking did it. When you're like drowning, it is so hard to get out of that rut and to get out of that feeling, but you don't go through it alone, right? There are so many people who care about you, and even if you don't think that way, it's probably because your judgment is so clouded, right? Because you're focusing on all the negative that it's so hard to see that there's so many people around you that love you and care about you. I think I've lived with the nihilism and pessimism for so long. It's extremely hard for me to see positivity in anything, and I'm conscious that it's a problem. Well, the fact that you are even acknowledge that it's a problem, right? Like the pessimism is a really great start. Isn't that you self-reflecting? Didn't you say that you're bad at self-reflecting? I don't think you are, because you just said that you identify it and you know that it's a problem. Two of my favorite Uncle Iroh quotes: if you look for the light, you can often find it, but if you look for the dark, that is all you will ever see. Sometimes life is like this dark tunnel. You can't always see the light at the end of the tunnel, but if you just keep moving, you will come to a better place. I love Uncle Iroh. There is so much beauty in this world. And there's so much beauty in you. And I know that it'll be a really big process to go through it and to figure this journey out, but it is a journey that not only you are able to get through, but that other people and so many of us are also going through the same thing. And you have the community, right? You have people around that you can rely on, and that there are people who will support you, not just like your fellow friends and community, right? But also like therapists and like professional people who are able to give you genuine like help. Genuine help. Like I cannot give you anything further when it comes to like, you know, really deep-seated advice, because I'm not a therapist. But there are just so many people, so many resources, and like so much positivity. Yes, and exactly. As long as you give it a try, you are again going in the right direction. You're going in a positive direction. The thing I like about this moon card is that I feel like despite being at this standstill, it's almost like a little pause, a reflection before moving forward. Being able to look at the moon and observe it for what it is, and just take the time to breathe before walking across the bridge. The least they can do is give it a try. And just like with college, it is so brave of you and so beautiful of you to, like, if you fall while you try, to get up and try again. Yeah, the most important thing is just starting it all. Just moving forward instead of being too scared to not do anything. I struggle with it all the time. I overthink and I think about all the other possibilities that will probably never fucking happen. But instead of being frozen in fear of all of these overthinking thoughts, to just say, I literally say, fuck it, bro. And then I go and I move forward. Almost like the fuck it, bro is like an emptying of my trash can to go move forward. Very helpful. Yeah, in nerd terms, if your PC is lagging, you clear the cache. To have a nightmare means that you dare to dream. Yeah. It's beautiful. I genuinely hope that this helped. And I want you to know that just by you even redeeming this tarot reading, right, just shows that you already want to take further steps into loving yourself. Because what is tarot reading if not for helping you, guiding you towards happiness, right? Towards the thing that makes you happy, the life that you want to live. The divine wants that for you. Because you want that for yourself deep down, even if you don't realize it. Yeah, North Star. Help yourself and others will help you. Mayhaps at the end of this tunnel, I'll see more clearly how my friendship with this one person will go moving forward. Like with what I said earlier, like, it's very similar, right? Like, it's important to start first and foremost with yourself. Learning to love yourself And naturally, like, everything will light up and you'll realize that there was nothing to worry about, or that, you know, that there are so many friends that care about you, lighting up the room. Yeah, I think that these two cards with the Hermit and the Hangman, it's very much like sifting your perspective, right, about yourself. Also sitting in silence and just genuinely taking the time to heal, to self-reflect about yourself. It's very important. I used to think my friend was crazy. Like, one of my coworkers, she used to have like a positive affirmation every day, and she would tell it to herself every day. And so she'd come to work and she's like, this is my affirmation for today. And I was like, what are you doing? And now I get it, because it is so hard to, like, this ever winding journey of loving yourself and figuring out the struggle, again with the Two of Coins, the struggle of loving yourself. But she was cooking with those positive affirmations, and then what do you fucking know, then I started doing it too, and I was like, damn, she was right. Unfortunately, she was right, and it does help. It's like when the doctors tell you that walking 20 minutes a day helps you. It's like, damn it, they are right. Getting 20 minutes of sun every day, damn it, they were right. I do feel better. Ridiculous. How could they? Yeah, fuck. Getting 6 to 8 hours of uninterrupted sleep actually helps you? What the hell are they talking about? How dare they? Sorry, I got a text from my dad. Can you do my tarot? Oh, unfortunately, I'm done for today. But I try to do them at least once a month. Hello, boo boo. Imagine getting actually good sleep. Couldn't be me. Bitch. You better. I remember blaming myself a lot for causing the rift in my friendship, mainly because I didn't know what boundaries were. See, and when you, I guess, for a lack of better term, fall, right? When you fail or when something happens, that is just directing you towards what is like the better route, right? So not knowing what boundaries were, that was the oopsie. But now you know what the boundaries are, so now you know how to move forward. And even if in the future, if you're worried about, like, what if I fuck up on boundaries again? What if I overstep? You shouldn't have to worry about that, because you should be confident in yourself, knowing that you had an experience, so now you know better. Being confident in that, because you learned from that. And even if, in some case, right, if it ever happens where it might happen again. I mean, there will always be conflicts with people, right? But it shouldn't stop you from making friends or moving forward. And boundaries are so different within each person. Everyone has different boundaries, but exploring that and figuring out what is comfortable for you, comfortable for another person, that's just about being human, but is always worth being mindful of for the sake of enjoying just existing with other people in this world. Yeah, not only trust in yourself that you know better because of your experiences, but also trust that these other people in your life, that they are adults too, and that they're mature, and that if they are mature, then they know, like, they would remind you or reassure you that it's fine, that if something does feel uncomfortable, that they'll let you know. Hi, Spork! Hello, lovelies. Hello! Have you seen the Chainsmoker Cat anime, Maya? I have no idea what you're talking about, but I watched that one, like, the anime where they smoke in the back of the convenience store. I forgot what it's called. It's probably called that, actually. I need to go sleep, but I'm glad I got the reading. Of course, I'm glad that you are happy that you got the reading, or, you know, that you're at least glad about it. It's a lot of information, I'm sure. I mean, you got the most cards out of everyone, including the collective reading, but it is all in good faith and with so much love. And you're more than welcome to look back at this VOD if you need reminding or clarification, and you can always come to the fairy garden for anything, really. All of us are here for you. Yeah, I hope you have lots of rest. Rest up and take care of yourself. Have a good night. Have a good night. Sleep well. Put the cards away. Yeah, I never want you guys to feel like scared of these readings. I know that, like, one of my friends, like, she was really scared to have a reading done because she didn't want, like, she didn't want to hear something bad. But there's never anything bad in tarot reading. It's always like just wanting to guide you to your better self, your best self. Of course, there are some cards or some readings that can hurt a little bit more than others, but it's all for the sake of you, for the betterment of you. And again, I think it's always a little nerve-wracking, right, to get a reading because you don't know what's going to happen or what's going to come out of the cards, but it's all for growth. And again, I like what I said earlier. I think when people even want to get a reading is because they're curious and because there's something in them, that gut feeling that there is more. There is more, and that I want to get there, but I don't know how. And that's okay. To not know how, that's what this is for. Yeah, like it is totally okay to be nervous about getting a tarot reading, and especially in front of a stream, right? You don't know what's gonna happen, but I hope you can feel that there is so much love in this community, and also from me, that it is a comforting space with no judgment, only love. And, you know, I say this all the time, but all I ever want is for you guys to be happy and to be your best self. whether that is in this community or if, you know, time passes and in, you know, the fairy garden no longer serves you anymore and you no longer show up in the fairy garden, that's always okay too. Because our paths were meant to cross at one point in this universe, and they did, and I served my purpose, whether that was to instill some wisdom on you or to realize that, man, this bitch is fucking annoying, and I now know more further of what I want out of this life. To not get any of that. Take what resonates, leave what does not. Readings feel scary because they expose oneself. One does not like crying either. Yeah, I mean, you know, my friend, they do tarot readings and they'll do a bunch of tarot readings for our friends, right? They'll literally... My cats. They'll literally do tarot readings, like bring their cards on trips because they know that their friends will probably want one. But, you know, I asked them, do you do a reading for yourself? And they're like, hell no. Because they don't want to get called out by the divine because they know that it's gonna, like, the divine's gonna say something. And, you know, it's always nice to simply cruise along life, right? To not get like a, like, hey, this is what's going on with you, by the way. Because when you do a reading for yourself, you're like, damn, they got my ass. Like, I say this a lot where I'm sure you can think of a boomer. Not all boomers, right? But, you know, there are some older folk who they are doing this one thing in their life and they are too stubbornly old to change. And so they what the hell are you guys doing? Anyway, sometimes, like if they're the old hag, like they're so stubborn in their ways and they just keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, right? And then you ask them, like, are you happy with your life? And they're like, yeah, I'm fucking chilling. So there are some people who, like, they will continuously do the same thing over and over and over again. They never want to learn. They never seek more. They're just like, yep, that's it. This is all I'm gonna do for the rest of my life. This is who I am. This is who I am when I die. And they're satisfied. There are a lot of people like that out in the world. But I feel like because you are here in this moment, you are listening to the tarot readings, you are curious about, like, the divine, this mystic thing, something more that is out there that is that wants to help you reach this, like, your best self. Even if it's not tarot related, you want, like, being curious about your life, self-reflecting, you, like, pondering. You be pondering. You know that there's some people who don't ponder? Crazy. Pondering my fairy Oshi. What are you saying? That's such a poignant sentiment that there may be an end to a relationship, be a relationship with a community, someone you like watching online, or even a personal friendship. Gets me every time. I know. It's like a bittersweet thing, right? And it's something that as a streamer you have to come to terms with, because there are people in your life that'll come and go. And as a streamer, there is a much larger group of people that cycle through your life. And I'm a very emotional person as an empath. There are a lot of people that, you know, used to watch so often every day, and now they do not. And I hold nothing against them. I only wish them well. Unless they're my enemy. But even then, I wish them well a little bit. And with that being said, don't ever feel like, because I'm saying this out loud, don't ever feel like, oh god, I don't want to let her down, like I'm never gonna leave. Like, I never, from the perspective of, you know, myself and thinking about those who don't watch my streams anymore, like, I never think ill or badly of them ever. I am only just, if anything, merely curious, like my innate human curiosity, just hoping that they are well and that they are alive. That is like my minimum of like, I hope they are still here, because there are people who pass and I have no idea. Have a good night, Stuntman. Thank you for hanging out. Have a good lurk. Sleep well. Time to add them on the op list. Hi, Valila. Are you working? Hi! Kyle, thank you for gifting us up to Balila. Your kuya. Lamau. Ichimaia wants to kill me. Versus Ichimaia wants to kill me. That thought has been in the back of my mind recently. If I just pass, I couldn't really let anyone here, anyone online know. I have thought about that a lot too. And thankfully, you know, Kyo and my dad at least know that I have an online presence. Depending on how deep that is, I'm not quite sure. But, I know that I want to at least have some type of will, or like, you know, a thing telling them that, like, please tell someone, just like tweet it or something. Like, just to let people know. Even if they don't know immediately, at least they'll know eventually. There was a friend that passed, and because one of our friends is like one of the only people who knew, she messaged our group on Facebook. I don't use Facebook. And it was also a Facebook of like my alias, so it's not even like my IRL Facebook that I had at the time. So I had like two different ones, and I definitely don't log into the other one. So I didn't know about my friend's passing until years later. And I didn't know how to feel. because it already happened and I don't know how to process it, but I'm processing it on my own. And I felt really guilty that I didn't know sooner, and that, like, should I say something? Should I say something in the chat after like 4 or 5 years of no one saying anything? And it's a lot to process, but at least I know. Yeah, it's never too early to have a will, apparently. Even if it's like on a fucking piece of paper on an app and it just has my password. I already expect things never lasting forever, but our mortal coil is so finite. Gotta find what makes you happy, because tomorrow you might not wake up and enjoy the present. Yeah. I know some people really freak out from that type of quote, you know, like, you might not be here tomorrow and stuff, but sometimes it's a really great wake-up call for people to just get the fuck up and stop doom scrolling so much. And, you know, like, the older you get, the more you realize that the commodity that you need the most is time. Like, the most important thing is time. And so I guess that's why I love tarot so much, because it helps you to have those wake-up calls, and it helps you to be like, damn, you clocked my ass. But, you know, the fact that the divine is telling you, and maybe telling you over and over and over again, is because you really need to move forward. Because in order to move forward, you can enjoy your life even more. Because this life really is beautiful. I think about my friends as well, Rad, like my Gaia Online friends. I actually like genuinely tried finding them, and I can't find them. Oh, Alex, my dear friend Alex on Gaia Online. I always hope he's doing well. Are we winning, Maya? I think so. I think any tarot reading is going in the right direction. Also, Jessa, thank you for gifting a sub to Lima. Thank you, thank you. If you have a Cyndaquil card, can I get that on your will? It's actually crazy you say that, because I do have a Cyndaquil card. I have a Cyndaquil card because I got the first partner illustration ones. We ordered them a while ago, and then they came in, and I got the Totodile Cyndaquil and Chikorita cards. They're so fucking good. So cute. I love Cyndaquil. Little long nose baby. Gaia. I love Gaia Online. I was talking about it earlier, like yesterday. How if there was an MMORPG, I would want a Gaia Online one. Because I would eat the fuck out of like the clothes. Eat that shit up. Yum, 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 yum. Tell my dad I love him despite all the flaws we had to each other. Yeah, I also talked about this earlier too, where yeah, the Satoma-san card, the fucking new exclusive. I know, I see it all the time. Not only does one of the orange ones look like a tulip, it's also a Mew card, so Kyo wants it too. And it's Satoma-san, who I collect. And it's Chinese exclusive. Yep. I love their art so much too. I have every card of theirs except for the Lily's Determination. Liam, thank you for gifting us up to Elisa! Thank you! I hope they enjoy their song. Whenever she gets it. I love Elisa. But yeah, as I was saying earlier from Jess's comment, that I completely acknowledge that my parents are very flawed, but so am I, and I always like a statement that I have to keep telling myself every time I have like any disdain or like I get pissed off at my parents. I just have to tell myself it is their first time being a parent too, and also their first time living as well. And it really puts things into perspective that not only is that true, but it's also my first time living. And so while it doesn't excuse things, right, it still helps to have a little bit more empathy towards them. Not everything, you know, not every situation. I can't speak for everyone, but at least in my situation. I saw that because I was opening some Japanese packs right after this. Oh, after Chris and I got the new... Oh! Yeah, the Prismarina! So awesome. Yeah, I really hope that I can get that in the pitch black. I believe it's pitch black, right? Yeah, other than Yukamori, Satama-san is the other artist that I collect. And I have pretty much everything. Ooh, the Goldeen too. Damn, nice. Being an adult has made me realize that the kids in my life when I was a kid were just kind of trying to figure it out, just like I am now. Hello, Roger. Sorry about robbing that bank, you see. It's my first time living, so I'm still figuring things out. No problem, buddy. I forgive you if you give me some. Out of the 5 new set packs, which is pretty nuts, the 5 GP Chaos Rising packs, on the other hand, I just got the Mega Dragology. Sometimes there are some sets that you have so much luck with, and then some of them you're like, piss me off! What the hell? Fine, can I even use this? Fawn gifted me Final Fantasy XIV's Dawn Trail, but it's on Steam. I can use it on... even if I use the client, like this. Oh, you just log in with your login? Oh. Are you sure? I don't want to accept it and then it doesn't work. I guess Steam can refund me, but... So, if I re-download with Steam, do I always have to log in with Steam now? I guess that's fine. I don't really care, but... I remember we talked about it and that they're not, like, transferable, but... It's not just Dawn Trail. It's the whole game. Yeah, I see that. I see that it's Final Fantasy XIV Online and Dawn Trail. Oh god. But... does that work? I mean, I can always just try it, and then if it doesn't work, I can just try and ask for a refund. But I believe, like, same thing with the Switch, that you would have to not only buy the base game, but I guess, like, I'm concerned about all of the expansions, like if they'll be like, you have to buy all of them in between. All of the expansions are included in the base game? Oh. That's how they did it? I guess it should be fine then. Have a good night, Resolve. It's Final Fantasy's fault for making it so fucking confusing, honestly. Like, why do they do that? I mean, I get it, but stop. Sleep well, Resolve. Like, they made it so confusing with the Switch too, so confusing. But the PS5 is okay. Don't get it. I feel like at one point they're gonna be like, you know what, actually it's not okay, so now you have to pay for it. Thank you for looking up and clarifying everything, because I wouldn't want to accept it if it doesn't work. I wouldn't want you to pay so much for something that wouldn't work. It's so funny that Satomo-san makes so many beautiful Pokemon cards, and then you scroll through their media and it's so gorgeous. And then there's Peanuts-kun. It was also gorgeous, of course, but I'm like, what the hell? You know what card I don't have from Satoma? I don't have the Palafin card? Is that what he's called? Fucking dolphin, the standing dolphin. Sorry, I'm quiet because I'm looking for someone to raid. Boo, 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 boo. But I hope you guys had a great stream today. Hope you enjoyed the stream. We did a lot. Did not only the collective reading, but four personal readings. It's a lot. Yeah, it was nice. Yeah, I know, we did a lot. I think it helped for sure that I just immediately went into tarot instead, because I mean, I yap during everything anyway, so the beginning yapping, it just is spread out into everything else. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, thank you for watching, guys. We're gonna read Kale. They are doing some pixeling. I'm assuming these are, if not stream avatars, maybe some kind of asset. I don't know. Pixeling all the time. Why did you become French? Kale uses they and they, which is XE, and it sounds like a Z. It sounds so French. So every time I use their pronouns and I mix it up between the two, I sound French. I loved it. I'm so glad I was able to make it. So nice to listen to. I'm glad. I remember before you really wanted to tune into it, so I'm glad that you were able to. I got here late. No! Oh, sightseeing. I'm sorry. Sacre bleu! Yeah, it's not like a super common pronoun, but it is there. And I've seen a few people use them. I got off work at 1, still managed to be late. No, that's okay. Always good to prioritize yourself and the errands you gotta work on, you know? And there's a VOD if you ever want to skim through it too. I'll try and do timestamps. Yeah, I always try to, if like friends have, or I don't know, anyone has multiple pronouns, like she, they, for example, I try and use both. Same with, you know, being okay with all the pronouns. I just, in my head, I have like a roulette being like, what am I gonna use in this very sentence? My cats love VOD, so we'll be there. Oh, that's so cute. I'm glad. I'll try and timestamp for you guys then. If you are waiting for the waiter, does that make you the waiter? These are weed thoughts, and I'm not high right now. I guess that's why you're being waited on, right? Anyway. Alrighty. It is time to raid. Luna wants out, and so do I. Thank you for the lovely, wonderful stream, of course! Thank you for watching, Ebrinian. I will be here tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the yippee, we worked hard, so let's play Final Fantasy Day. So, we will play Final Fantasy. It's a Eorzea time. Yeah, so we'll do some little Eorzeaing, and then I'll be on my Maia weekend for like an actual weekend for once. Thank you for the raid message, Rye. Thank you all mods for modding today. Please make sure to pet the mods for all their hard work. Thank you for watching and participating, whether you were on the YouTube side or the Twitch side. Or if you were lurking, thank you so much. Thank you for the pets. Thank you for all the support and all the love and encouragement that not only you're giving to me, but to the community as well. I really appreciated you guys chiming in for all of them. Made me very happy. Made me happy to know that you guys are also in, like, wanting to help your fellow man, you know? That's very sweet. So it means a lot to me. Thank you so much. I'm glad that our community is so inviting and sweet and beautiful. Literally us. Yeah. Wish I got here earlier, but work was just ew. That's okay. Always nice to see you stop by, regardless, Nas. Yeah, I'm glad that we can cultivate this together. Alrighty. I will see you guys tomorrow, 3 p.m. Most likely. 3 p.m. Pacific time. And Otsumaya! Bye-bye! Hogshoe!